Sorry? Hello? Holy shit. I forgot to turn on the mic before the start of the stream. Isn't this a great start? Anyway, hold on. Clicking this again. Clicking this away. Oh yeah, hold on. This streamer was not ready to start the stream. It's okay though, it's okay. Okay, now we chill. King of Streets. No? King of the Streets. Meow? Hold on. Hold on. This is an eventful beginning. Hold on. We're gonna stall for a bit. What's the guy who says you're breathtaking? I can Google your breathtaking. Keanu Reeves. Okay, now we're searching. You're breathtaking. Remember when he said that? When the fuck did he said that? It was on E3. Remember E3? That was times. Okay. This was one of the last E3s, right? E3 made a lot of people, like, famous internet personalities, huh? What's the movie that I watched? It was... It could not have been Speed. Is it Speed? Ken Reeves... No. What's the movie that I just watched? Hold on. Johnny Mnemonic. I really want to watch that. Street Kings, my bad. Not King of Streets of Kings. This movie has Chris Evans in it, Hugh Laurie in it. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. But it has Keanu Reeves, Chris Evans, and Hugh Laurie. The fuck? And it has 3 stars. On Letterboxd, the trucks. It's a funny movie. Is it? I did not finish it. I had to start my stream. So instead, okay. So how is this connected to anything? Why do I care about this? Well, I care about this because I just watched it on TV. But the second point is that before playing Witch of the Holy Night, I was like, wait a second, I have to watch those Kara no Kyokai movies. We can actually talk about Kara no Kyokai because the first stream of the Witch of the Holy Night, which was totally not real and not existent, and I made it up. The actual first stream of reading this weekend, we could not talk about this because I was like, hold on, I'm gonna make a presentation and we're gonna talk about all the Kara no Kyokai stuff, because when I was doing it, which was 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? I gave a shit. But now so much time went by that I forgot everything about Kara no Kyokai, even though I still have my notes about the movies. So now we're gonna go through all the shit that I wrote in the form of a slideshow. Whoa, look, graphic design, whatever. You know that I checked out with the font. You know, I made the graphic, and then when it was turned off the font, I was like, nah, we're not doing that anymore. Anyway, yeah, I made a whole ass presentation to go through all the Tsugihime stuff, and we had to do like a recap. We're gonna go through Kara no Kyokai movies because those are connected to Witch of the Holy Night in some sort of continuity, which is weird. I kept thinking about it, right? So Tsukihime, which is a visual novel, right? Kara no Kyokai, which was a series of light novels written by Nasu. Tsukihime also written by Nasu. Kara no Kyokai was first, then he wrote Tsukihime as a script, and then Tsukihime became a separate VN Kara no Kyokai was a series of books, light novels. What's the difference between a light novel and a novel? Let's not ask questions like this. What is the difference? Okay, we're gonna be here for like an hour. Sorry. Light novel. A type of popular literature novel. Is it like young adult fiction? Okay. Raito Noberu. Nice. Is a type of popular Japanese novel from Japan, usually classified as young adult fiction, generally targeted teen to 20s or older. Okay, this sucks. This is bad. We already, this is wrong. The average length of a light novel is about 50,000 words. My bad. 50,000 words. Unreliable source. Nice. It is published in a Bunkobon, a small format paperback books designed to be affordable and space-saving. That's crazy. Every time I'm like hearing how in order to popularize manga and like books, Japan makes books more affordable, I'm like, fuck you. Why doesn't everybody do this? This is such a good way to make people read more, but no, we're gonna make those ugly, horrible books and whatever. Well, anyway, reading light novels is probably better than not reading anything at all. You know I'm out of shape with talking. I'm sorry. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Tsukihime, Kara no Kyokai, and Mahotsukai no Yoru, Witch of a Holy Night. They're all connected, they're all in a continuity in some way, which doesn't exactly work because two characters cannot have eyes over whatever the fuck they're called. Hold on. We gotta open so many articles and pages today here, and you're not gonna see it. Okay. Not researching. Eyes of a Mystic Vision or something like this. Let's search Shikitano. Shikidoki. Had a stroke? It's okay. Eyes of a Death Perception. Yeah, two people cannot have a mystic eye of Death Perception. Therefore, this doesn't work. It doesn't work as a continuity, but there are two characters who are related in this, like, can I call it a franchise? Is this also connected to Fate? I have no idea, but we're not talking about Fate today unless I decide that we are talking about Fate. Okay? I'm so out of shape. This is like crazy rambling. It's okay though. Oh my god, why is this odds on Type Moon Wiki? Shut up! I don't want to see this. Blah blah blah, Shikiragi, blah blah blah, Shikiragi, who gives a shit? Anyway, my presentation. Pre-Mahotsukai no Yoru, Witch of a Holy Night, Tsukihime franchise overview for my channel. I'm Nero, by the way, that's true. Haha! You thought it's all gonna be pretty, and in blue, get fucked. I hate graphic design. Now I'm looking at it, I'm like, fuck, isn't this embarrassing? Is this a typo? Is this 1, 2, 3? Is the third ever word of my presentation is a typo? Okay, whatever. You know that sets up the standard of quality, how this is gonna be, okay? Tsukihime. Tsukihime was a first ever game played on this channel, started in August 2022. It took me 2 months of inconsistent streaming entertainment to finish. This was my first ever experience of public speaking in English, and experience itself was quite dear to me. Whoa, she's right. She's right with this one. She's spitting, that's true. Yeah, I have no physical record of me playing a game that are left on the internet. Is this true? Is this true? Hold on, there is a folder that I have a bunch of shit in. Oh, also, I wasn't a VTuber when I first started. I was just like a streamer, so that's interesting, right? And my accent was probably so much worse. I think only physical evidence of me streaming Tsukihime is like me having a screenshot of my OBS window open and Tsukihime window open. That was crazy. Yeah, and isn't this fascinating how I never speak English at all, like ever, before I started playing Tsukihime? So, you know, it's kinda, it's big. It's big. Even though I do not like the story of Tsukihime, spoilers, there are some parts of it that I found compelling, and, you know, there is actual, you know, sentimental value for me connected to it, so I'm not that negatively biased towards it, right? I'm not that negatively biased towards it, right? Second slide, Tsukihime recap. And I like put the main points of it. Elevated pornography. Do I agree with that right now? I don't know. Urban magic and shock value. Isn't elevated pornography and shock value should be like the same point? Why did you say the same point twice? Anyway, it's chill. You shouldn't take this seriously. No, what I wanted to do here is I wanted to go to Wikipedia article of Tsukihime and just reread the synopsis of a plot because I do not remember the shit. Or maybe I should try to recap it from the memory first. There is a guy whose name is Shigetono. He's the main character of Tsukihime, and Tsukihime is a visual novel. Everybody claps. Shigetono got into a car crash, and I think, yeah, and it's similar to Butler's situation, right? Where Shigetono was, is he lost his parents, or was he disowned? Anyway, Tono is like an aristocracy family or something like this. That's a family with a name, and Shigetono was from a branch of the family. And he, what? How does this work? Is this actually like Butler's situation where one of his parents remarried or something? Didn't he also live like with his grandparents? Okay, I don't remember how it worked, but I remember that Shigetono was in a branch family, and he also had a sister who's Akira, whose name is Akira or Akina? I feel like it's Akira. And she was from a main branch of a main family, and at some point Shigetono moves into an Akira's mansion. What's her name? Okay, we really need like at least character overview. Tsukihime, Moon Princess. The game plots follow the perspective of protagonist Shigetono. The writing in Japanese of his name is also important because at some point they will gonna write his name in a different way, and which is gonna signify that he's a different character, whatever. A second-year high school student in the fictional town Misaki. He suffers a life-threatening injury at young age. Yup, is he getting in a car crash? I had a strong feeling that he was in a car crash. Anyway, he's getting in a car crash. And as a result of a car crash, it evokes his magical power, his magical eyes of mystic killing eyes, mystic eye killers, whatever. And with his eyes, he could see lines on everything that exists. And if he uses anything to like pierce this line, he can destroy the source of existence of this object or a person or anything and everything, which is very, very good premise. This part of both Kare no Kyokai and Tsukihime, and spoilers, I think with knowing the timeline, we can assume that it's originally came from Kare no Kyokai and is reused in Tsukihime, right? It's a really good concept, and it's a really appealing power, and I think I like how it used more in Tsukihime. Yet again, I did not read Kare no Kyokai books, so maybe Kare no Kyokai books are way better than Kare no Kyokai movies. We're gonna get to it, okay? We're gonna get to it. Anyway, after regaining consciousness, he gains the ability to see death lines by which things, living or not, will eventually break when they die. Due to his injury, Shiki has immense headaches, and his mind cannot cope with the sight of death. Yep. Is this part? Well, Tsukihime is also a visual novel. Like, it had choices, and depending on your choices, you would actually go and see different routes. And all of the routes of Tsukihime had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters. Arcwade, who is a Tsukihime apparently. She's like 1,000-year-old vampire who is here to hunt other vampires. There is CL, who's a vampire hunter, or she's like a hunter of magical things, who's a 40-year-old woman in the body of a 16-year-old, as it usually goes. This is near side route, right? And far side routes are Akina, Hisui, and Kohoku. Akina is Shigitono's sister, from which we get the iconic line, "I love her as a sister, but I love her as a woman first." Sorry. Incorrect quote, but you get it. It's hilarious, and they do commit like, you know, some bunch of weird incest stuff. That we you know, that's where elevated pornography part comes from. Anyway. And Hisu and Kohoku parts are about those two mates of Akina mention, of Tono mention. Is there a family named Tono? Or what? Hold on, where is Akina? Main characters are Quaid, Ciel, Akina, Tono. Oh yeah, it is Tono. Tono is a family name. Okay. That's good. Yeah, and Hisu and Kohoku, the deal with mates is that one of them is like melancholic but caring, and the other is a bit hyper, but she's actually a psycho. I think that was it. And Hisu ending was the one that I liked, the one where instead of pursuing the life of a mate, she and Tono are going away, and it ends with Hisui into a field of sunflowers. Anyway, the point of all of this is that you have sex with those women. That's cool. We like this part. I have no problem with porn in Tsukihime, to be honest. I do have problem with porn in Karen no Kyokai. Wait, I regret my words and deeds right now, because Tsukihime had multiple rape scenes connected to Shikitono's alter ego / crossed personality. Is this confirmed that Shikitono's second personality is part of his Mystic Eyes bullshit? I do not remember. Because with Shikirogi, a character with a similar name, with a similar, you know, powers from Kara no Kyokai, Shikirogi had double, like, second personality before she got the eyes, right? And when personality died, well, spoilers alert, she actually had another personality. Anyway, that's kind of funny that she has this third personality. Unfortunately, none of that is actually matters. Yeah, we're back to setting. Shiki has immense headaches and his mind cannot cope with the sight of death. Soon after, he is given special glasses from Aoka Ozaki. Aoka Ozaki is an important character here because she is the connecting link between Tsukihime and Mahotsukai no Yoru and Kara no Kyokai 2. There is a character in Kara no Kyokai whose name is Toko Aozaki, who's a sister of Aoka Ozaki, who's the main character in Mahotsukai no Yoru, who is a teacher of Shikitono in Tsukihime. Here we go. Was this too hard? I don't know. This doesn't make sense, how there could not be two people with mystic eyes of death perception. Anyway, let's not ask this. And it is said... Do we know in which year Tsukihime is set? Because it cannot be. Both of those characters, Shikitono and Shikirogi, live long lives. Like, this is explicitly stated in both of those medias that those characters do not die in the end, right? So how does this work? Anyway, should it be? It doesn't make sense. Should it be questioning it? I don't know. Okazaki that blocks the sight of this line due to an injury. Shiki is exiled by his father. Oh, it was due to his injury. Okay. Is exiled to his father by a branch family of the Tono household. 8 years later, he returns to accompany his sister after his father died. Oh yeah. Okay, I forgot this. After moving back, Shiki has trouble adjusting to the old-fashioned lifestyle his sister lived by. Oh, remember the scene in Tsukihime where there was... all those kids were drinking alcohol? I thought this was fun. I was like, yeah, hell yeah. As the game progresses, Shiki confronts supernatural beings, such as mostly 2 different types of vampires. True ancestor and a natural-born vampire race and death apostles, a race of former humans who were mutilated into vampires via magecraft or being bitten by a vampire, as well as the family's secret and his actual past. As with many type moon works, Tsukihime takes place in the shared Nasuverse. Okay, that's in... really? Okay. It is set many years after the events of Witch of a Holy Night. The original 2000 release takes place in the fictional town of Misaki in 1999, with the events of Witch of a Holy Night being prequel that exposed the backstory of Shikiru's teacher Aoko Ozaki. The 2024 remake takes place in the fictional city of Soya. Ooh, retconned! In 2014 and serves as a direct sequel to 2022 remastered version of A Witch of a Holy Night instead. Okay, I get it. They make the continuity different. Really? You assholes? I swear to God. If we gotta go to Tsukihime at some point, in the Tsukihime remake, and I'm gonna be like, and it's gonna be such a doshit writing as we gonna see in Witch of a Holy Night, I'm gonna like lose my mind. Plot. A piece of a glass blue moon. Arcade Road. 7 years later, Shiki returns to Soya City. Upon the death of his strangled father, Makihisa, as a child, Shiki was meant to be heir of a family, but was expelled. He was expelled, not exiled, really, after an accident that led him anemic. Really? Okay. And his younger sister, Akiha, became the heir. Really? Recurring theme of Nasu writings with the woman hair? That's interesting. Which he never explodes? Explodes? What's the word? Explores. Here we go. Exploration. I got there. At the same time, the city is plagued with a series of serial killings by a vampire known as Willow Archangel. Who? What? I don't remember that. Who kills Shiki homeroom's teacher? Who, really? He does that? Creating an opportunity for the vacant spot to be filled by Noel Aizoma. Who? A vampire hunting executor working in the charge. Who the fuck is this? Oh! Oh? Is this new? Is this retconned? I do not remember this lady at all. Who that? Was she in the original? I have no recollection of this character whatsoever. Was she? Am I just not remembering her? Was she actually in the original? Vampire hunting executor working for the church. After the anemic attack causing him to lose control of himself. That's not how anemia works, but whatever. Shiki inadvertently? Definition? No? Really? Who the fuck is Noel from type what? Without intention. Accidentally.
Inadvertently.
Inadvertently. Whoa, this is a hard word to pronounce. Okay. Kills a true ancestor vampire Arcade. Oh yeah! Oh, this part of Tsukihime is like really good, where Shiki gets like a headache and an urge, don't call it an anemic attack, and an urge to just like, he saw this woman, he wants to brutally like behead her. That's pretty cool. This is the cool part, and you're like, holy shit, this is good. Like, there is a good part in this, okay? Who later self-revives out of anger, convinces Shiki to find Willow. Who the fuck is this? Wasn't it Nero or something like that? Wasn't it Nero who was an evil guy in the beginning? Is this guy in the Fate Grand Order? I'm gonna lose my mind if it is. Melty Blood, type Lumina, really? I don't know who these people are. What is this? This is all from the remake. What is this? Well, it's all of this retcons. Did they just add all those characters to fit Melty Blood stuff? I never played Melty Blood. But we started playing Tsukihime because Nico arc was so popular, and I was like, wait a second, I want to know what this is about. Whatever. Okay. Blah blah blah. He kills Arquade. Blah blah blah. They team up to kill the vampires. Blah blah blah. They're fall in love. There's a scene with a hamburger and Arquade. I remember that. I remember Arquade munching a hamburger. A CL, an upper replacement of Shiki. CL is 40 years old. There is not a single age-appropriate woman in this story for Shikitono. I think Yusu and Kohoku are his age, maybe, but I don't think they should be dating because of weird dynamic that they have, you know, between a guy, quote-unquote, head of a household and maids who work for him, who doesn't have... Wasn't it a plot point that Shiki's father killed Hyusu and Kohoku's parents? Okay. Asiel, an upper commandant of Shiki, makes it all known as a member of Executors. She reluctantly works with Shiki and Arquade to drive Roa. Roa? Roa was real. I remember Roa. This is a long name. I'm not reading that. Yeah, Roa was real. Roa was in original Tsukihime. Whoa, she's naked. Isn't this Shiki? Why are they trying to gaslight me into whatever? Who regularly works with Shiki and Arquade to drive Roa out of his hiding spot and meet their school, who was taking their incarnation of Shiki's childhood friend of the same name. What? ICL, an upperclassman of Shiki, makes herself known as a member of the Executors. She reluctantly works with Shiki and Arquade to drive Roa out of his hiding spot underneath their school. Okay. Who is taking the reincarnations of Shiki's childhood friend of the same name and possessed mystic eyes. Is this what happened in the original? Is this what it was in the original? What? Okay. I thought... What? This is mighty confusing. It was so all in all considered. When a second slide, when a third slide is out of 23 and we have an hour in, that's great. However, Shiki's variant of ice proved superior, allowing him to secure victory over Roa and negate the This is not what happened in the original, is it? So there is Shiki who's a... What? I disagree. Was it? It could have been, and I could have just forgot. Shiki's variants of ice prove superior, allowing him to secure victory over Roa and negate his reincarnation ability permanently. Oh yeah, Roa did reincarnate into people. I feel like this is vaguely familiar for me. 1 month after Roa's defeat, Shiki returns to normal life and Arquade returns to her homeland. What? This is not what happened before, okay. Didn't they live like together or something? Or was it Shiki and CL? I think in the end of CL's route, Arquade stays and they all go to school together and like Arquade and CL fight for Shiki's attention? Is this real? Is this real ending that I'm remembering? Okay, whatever. CL normal route, what do you mean? CL extra route, okay. There's a lot to read. After Shiki forms his first alliance with Arquade, he allegedly ignores her advice, attacking Love at night, and instead pursues him during the day, which results in him being thrown into Wolf's underground catacomb. Nice. He finds both Noelle and CL there on an official charge operation, and he and Noelle are temporarily buried under the rubble after an attack. While CL fights with Love, Arquade does not help the Executors, but her last-minute technique to contain Love within the area, I don't really care. The next day, Arquade secretly kills Roa, while Shiki believes that Love's death marked the end of the murders. Oh, I remember that! That happened, okay. Arquade tells Shiki about how she killed Roa and requested he helped her nightly to clean up his leftover zombies. I remember that too. This was true. Their executions raised concern for CL, who, after following Shiki to one of his meetings with Arquade, results in her finding the true ancestor. Now begins practically trying to prove yourself by killing more vampires as a result of having been threatened with reassignment. Wasn't there a person in the original who became a vampire? Is it Noelle in the original, or is it like completely unrelated? However, Ciel humiliates her in battle, leaving Noelle to undergo vampire transformation herself. Oh, it's in the next sentence, my bad. After Quaid leaves, Ciel is horrified to learn from Shiki that Roa has been killed, leading her to explain that Shiki Roa's next host. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, Shiki was the new... Yeah, okay. I'm remembering stuff. That's good. Upon learning this, Shiki begins sleepwalking to the point he has killed humans. Oh yeah. After realizing that Roa was beginning to surface, Shiki desperately calls Ciel for help. But she responds with full combat, having ascertained that Shiki was too deep into his infection. However, Shiki manages to prove his humanity and love for Ciel. Whoa, they're in love? Convincing her to want and help him fight the infection. This angers Noelle, who in her new Dead Apostle form targets the two with personal vendetta. Is this real? I do not remember. Ciel is revealed to have been a former Roa host herself who killed Noelle's family many years ago. After Noelle's defeat, I think there is no vampires in Mahotsukai no Yoro, but maybe. After Noelle's defeat, Shiki's attempt to recover from a fight and trying to suppress Roa is taken advantage of by Arquaid, who offers to turn him into a vampire, but he refuses to instead take advantage of the situations and caught Arquaid's line. He kills Arquaid in this one? This causes Arquaid to lose control, and Shiki is saved by Ciel, who is overwhelmed by Arquaid. Whoa, what a writing. Shiki, assessing Roa's memories, reaches out to Arquaid and convinces her to return home. As Shiki lies dying, he cuts his own line to kill himself and Roa, but Shiki is unexpectedly revived by Ciel at the cost of her own life force. In a dream, Ciel explains to Shiki what she did and why. A year and a half later, Shiki decides to join a church and the way to reunite with Ciel once again. Okay. Where's the part that she's 40 years old? Okay. Ciel extra route. The route diverges after Ciel and Shiki escape from the school. Arquaid takes longer to resurrect, allowing Ciel time to prepare her role and meet her in the city. However, what happened to... Whatever. However, within 3 minutes of their fight, Arquaid's power proves to be overwhelming for Ciel, and she ultimately takes on a giant luminous from powered by the planet, which distorts reality. Okay. Ciel is trapped and tortured multiple times in Arquaid's giant luminous hand. With the amount of lumina, energy being exerted by Arquaid, it allows Shiki to directly converse with Roa. Meow, who advises him on how to fight Arquaid while helping him to stay focused. As Arquaid dies, the longer she meant, I don't like killing Arquaid, I like Arquaid. Her luminous form, Shiki decides to prevent that from happening. Roa ultimately decides to give up his reincarnating essence to allow Shiki to do that, as Shiki uses the remaining of Ciel's... Roa ultimately decides to give up his reincarnating essence to allow Shiki to do that, as Shiki uses the remaining of Ciel's Celestial's arrow energy to finish the job. After the battle, Shiki and Arquaid banter before Arquaid returns to his homeland. After Shiki awakens in a dream where Ciel does not exist, an incarnation of his young 7-year-old self attempts to convince to stay in the dream. Did that happen? As he would either be stuck in a lifelong coma or die. Shiki chooses to return to mortal body, awaken in the real world. She reconciles with Ciel and they embark on a new life together. Okay. And there is no other side Red Garden roots here, because there is no second part of a remake of... This pisses me off. Can we get a normal, recollection of events from the original part? Like, I don't care about this made-up nonsense. Nico Arc, a small anthropomorphic mascot cat version of Arquaid who occasionally appears alongside a t-shirt variant of Ciel as guiding for the player who fell into the bad ending of a certain route they ended up. Really? Is this happens? Does it? I think it does. Maybe? Why is there a failed state in a visual novel? Anyway. Damn, I love video games. That was Tsukihime. In Akiha's, her name is Akiha actually. In Akiha's ending, she becomes a vampire, right? And she drinks blood and she becomes like uncontrollable, and you have to do something to make her sane again, right? In Hisui Gohaku endings, it's more about Shiki and Shiki's second personality. Is this connected to Raw? I do not remember. I forgot all this possession part, by the way. He rapes multiple women, which is like very graphically described on the screen, which was bad because then he takes no accountability for that and he just like went away and he allowed to have a good life, which is annoying. But we get to it. Nasu do love forgiving rape. That's pretty fun. Anyway, next slide. Here we go. 35 minutes in. Kara no Kyukai. Before we go in, I will go through all the movies and I'm gonna share my thoughts. Nothing more, nothing less. Whatever. I watched it fully dubbed in my language and the dub was terrible, but it wasn't unfaithful. That's true. So, yeah. The dub was pretty bad. Actually, I wanted to rewatch Kara no Kyukai movie. The most controversial one, the one that I feel more like polarized about, but I decided not to. It sucks anyway, whatever. Why would I waste my time? Instead I watched that the Street Kings movie. What do we wanna search for? Kara no Yokai. The Garden of Sinners, our favorite part. Oh. Cringe. Anyway, Garden of Sinners. Garden of Sinners has 11 movies. Did I watch all 11 movies? I do not remember. Unfortunately, when I watched it, I was really mad because I did not enjoy it. I did not enjoy the writing. I did not enjoy a lot of stuff out of it, and we're gonna go through it. But now I do not remember anything. I watched those movies in December, I think, right? And now it's February 2nd. So that's interesting. We're gonna read a synopsis of all the movies because I'm a dweeb, okay? And I forgot everything. So now I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, this sucked. Anyway, first movie was Overlooking You. It was 2007, blah blah blah. Should we do a review of what Kara no Kyukai is? It's originally a light novel written by Nasu, one of the first pieces of writing that he published ever, maybe? I don't know. We read about it in the unofficial first chapter of reading Mahou Tsukaya no Yoro. It was fun. Was it? I have a sneaking suspicion that those are way better in the writing form because by just the virtue of how long they are they? I don't know. I don't want to give them a try though. I do not like them. Yeah, I don't know. That's it. There's 11 movies. They are not in chronological order. The main characters of those movies are Shikirogi, which is a concept that is reused with Tsukihime and Shigetono. Shikirogi has two personalities, but instead of a rapey and normal one, it's masculine and feminine personalities, which is very interesting. Unfortunately, this is never, what's the word? Explored upon. Masculine personality almost immediately dies. The interesting part about having a masculine personality is that Shikirogi exists in a like very patriarchal family where only a male heir can be a heir of the family. You know, it's patriarchal, it's in the name. And Shikirogi having a masculine personality would be interesting of her inheriting the rights of her clan. Unfortunately, after they say it, that she's like a novelty? What's the word? I'm having troubles today, I'm sorry. Well, I'm having troubles over every time, but you know. Novelty? She's noble. She's a noble person. She's from a noble family. Whatever. You know what I'm saying. They touch upon it a bit, and then in the later movies they never go over it, like this, which is very unfortunate because this is an interesting part. But you know, they drain it in the toilet. Cool. Everybody clap. First movie sucks. Should we do like I should have done a tier list actually. Yet again, I don't really remember the movies now. First movie is the one about a girl who's in a coma, but because she had so many regrets in her life, she kind of became a haunting spirit, and because of this, she would make a lot of other women's. So it starts from serial killings. She makes a lot of other women's jump off the building. She kind of haunts them and messes up with their head, and they're like, "Oh, do you think you can fly?" And they're like, "Yes, you can." And all those women jump from the buildings. It's kind of whatever. And Shikirogi realizes that, and she finds the woman. She fights her in the spirit form, and then she finds her in her like coma version and talks to her, and they fix it. Everybody claps. I don't know. In that, it's revealed that Shikirogi's power, which is the mystic eyes and the knife and blah blah blah. Also, she doesn't have a hand. One of her hands is a doll hand, magical doll hand made by Toko Aozaki. We love Aozakis. We don't. I do not find any single character in this story compelling. Also, in the first part, there is no Kokuto. Kokuto is this main character, the real main character, a guy who you have to kind of self-insert yourself as, obviously. He's kind of worthless, he's annoying. The best quality of Kokuto is that how loyal he is in one movie, and that's about it. And it's not a quality, well, it is a quality, but it's not a good quality. They make it into a good quality of him waiting for Shikirogi, waking up from a coma. She's in a coma, whatever, we get to it. They transformed this good quality into a bad quality at some point. Anyway, I love yapping, whatever. There are no senators overlooking you. Let's do, I don't know, what should we do? Let's read the synopsis first, and then we go through my stupid points. Everybody's patronizing as fuck, she's so right. In September 1998, taciturn, excuse me, of a person, reversed or uncommunicative in speech, saying little.
Taciturn.
What? Again?
Taciturn.
Taciturn? Whatever. Shikirogi lives alone in a barely furnished apartment where she's routinely visited by close friends, Miki and Kakuto. Yup. One day he visits her and offers Shiki strawberry-flavored ice cream. The two engage in friendly banter. Cool. Later, Shiki discussed a series of suicides involving several high school girls with the magus, Magi or magus, term for priests, whatever. She's a mage. Toko Ozaki, head of a Ganodo, a detective agency of which Shiki and Miki are employees, specializing. Really? It's a detective agency? I didn't know they called themselves a detective agency. Is this me? Is this me problem? Did I not pay attention? You know how this is gonna go. My nose is getting stuffy. Sorry, hold on. Oh, what also? Detective agency of which Shiki and Miki are employees, specializing in paranormal occurrences. Usually none of the deceased left a suicide note before jumping from a top of Fuji building, a direct building due to demolition. Derelict. I cannot read. That's good. This prompts Garanodo to launch its own investigation, especially after Mikia falls into coma, which Toko believes to be related to the suicides. After finding the corpse of a fourth victim, Shiki witnesses 9 ghostly figures floating above the Fojo building. She enters the Fojo building to further investigate, where she enters combat with a ghostly entity. Shiki narrowly escapes with severe damage to her prosthetic arm. Shiki recuperates within Garanodo. We're gonna say Hollow Shrine. I'm sorry, we're gonna say Hollow Shrine. While her prosthetics is repaid by Toko after the death of 7th victim, Shiki returns to the Fuji building to confront the ghostly figures a second time. Shiki destroys the ghost using her supernatural abilities to final the eyes that two people cannot possess at the same time, whatever. The final ghost continually curses at Shiki to commit suicide, who remains unfazed. The final ghost is destroyed by Shiki after she stabs in the abdomen. Anyway. I have a sneaking suspicion that Aozaki's sister, who is Toko Aozaki, gonna appear in Mahotsukai no Yoro. I wonder if we can figure out the timeline. If she appears here, will it gonna be clear where Kara no Kyukai stands at this point? This is 1988 in Kara no Kyukai. And which year was it in I closed the article, that's fun. It was not said which year, was it? Is it? Tsukihime, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. The original 2000 release takes place in the fictional town of Misaki in 1989. Okay, so... Is Shikirogi canonically dead? Sorry, it shouldn't bother me, but it does. Don't think about it. It's like, it doesn't have to make sense in order for me to say that this is bad, right? Like the way I don't like this movie, all those movies. I actually liked the first movie. Well, I thought the premise of it was stupid, but I really liked the focus on Shikiragi. I think this was good. I think she is at least a badass character. I think the concepts from Tsukihime were used better in this one. Both one is split, but instead of normal psychotic, it's feminine masculine, which is good. Yeah. But they kill off masculine side immediately and I explore it, and it was psychotic all along. Is it really from the first movie? Is this explained in the first movie that she has two personalities? I kind of do not remember. I don't think so. I don't know why I put it here. It should have not been here. PowerPoint, yup. Plus ways the potential of Rogi being heirs of patriarchal family, yup, I said it before. Ideas was a pretense of that by actually being shallow. It's more about the premise of the movie, of this like, whatever, let's finish reading the synopsis. Shiki destroys the ghost using her supernatural abilities. The final ghost continually curses at Shiki to commit suicide, who remains unfazed. The final ghost is destroyed by Shiki after she stabs it in the abdomen. Elsewhere in the city, at the same time, a terminally ill girl named Kirie Fujo awakens in a hospital bed, where she is confronted by Toko in person. It is revealed that Kirie has been using her supernatural abilities of astral projection and possession to lure bypassing girls to commit suicide at the Fuji building. The final ghost was her astral projection and the rest were spiritual remains of a suicide victims. Mikia Kamato's state was due to the possession by her after she became infatuated with him. Cringe. Not worth it at all. Actually, a lot of people love Miki Kakuto in this freaking universe, and this is so stupid. He doesn't deserve any of this, except with the Shikiragi. With this, he actually put effort into her liking him, okay? Toko discussed the situation with Kirie at length, where she admits that her motive for suicide was because she felt extreme loneliness due to her infirmary and possessed the girls with the intent of having him notice her. Cringe. Wait, was it really? Whatever. Kirie concludes that she has nothing to live for and expressed her desire to die after having experienced the destruction of her astral projection by Shiki. Later, she kills herself at the Fuji building. Nice. Shortly after, Miki awakens from this coma. From a little memory of the experience, he returns with Shiki to her apartment, where they continue to banter, blah blah blah. Ending with Shiki blushing in embarrassment, very important detail, thank you Wikipedia. In the post-credit scene, while walking with Asaka Kokoto near the Fuji building, Toko remarks that Kirie Fuji probably could not fly that day. Yup. This is pretty bad. This was a bad movie. I did not like it, actually. I thought it had potential, but it did not fulfill the expectations with those characters and the concept of the detective agency, but mostly with characters. Also, it's all thematically connected to value of life, in a way, and I think it's never actually says anything meaningful about it. It's like none of these characters have any life experience to be talking about this, nor they're wise, nor they're interesting to, you know, have interesting perspective on it. Yeah, this was the first one. Fucking 10 to go. Oh, here we go, the second one. This sucks. The second one. And it sounds fun. Garden of Sinners, a Murder Speculation Part A, and Garden of Sinners, a Study in Murder Part 2. Really? The first one called Part A, and the second one called Part 2. So those two movies, out of 11 movies, actually form a single narrative, a single like arc. It's all connected to Shikiragi, her personality split, and the way it resolves, I guess. It also extensively covers, kinda, how she gets her power, and it's probably one of the better ways. Never heard of Garden of Sinners based. That's how it should have been, instead of me watching all of this garbage and like talking about this right now. How miserable of an author you have to be to write nothing characters like Kokoto and Shikiragi. So true, Nero. Reuse of the same concept to expand and recontextualize them is okay, unless you're a bad writer. Whoa, she's so right. This is where I got sick with all of this, with reusing concepts and not being able to fulfill them to their full potential. This is a lot to read. We're gonna read it all. I don't give a shit. This is gonna be boring, but it's okay. In 1985, so this is a first movie. So the second movie, as it come out, is actually a first movie in a chronology, right? So in 1955, Mikio Kokuto briefly encounters a girl named Shikiraki while walking home. Later on, they're in high school by the way. At his high school, Miki recognizes Shiki in a crowd. He introduces himself to her while Shiki has apparently forgotten their prior meeting and behaves significantly differently. Wow, what is this? The split personality? The two become friends. Sometime later at night, Shiki leaves her home to wander around Mifune City. She finds the Mifune City. In Tsukihime it was Soyo City? Right? Okay. She finds the corpse of a traffic accident victim and applies their blood to her lips, seemingly in a trance. That was fun. It was a fun scene. The following night, a man is brutally killed by an unseen attacker with a knife. Artwork looks nice though. I mean, it just covers. To be honest, the movie does not look good at all. And I make a point about it later, whatever. During lunchtime the next day, Mikia discusses the murder of Shiki, displeasing her. When 3 more victims are murdered similarly, Mikia stays with Shiki while she... Oh, sorry, we're doing all this and we're going through all of this because it's all directly connected to the novel that we're gonna read. So it's all context. Context? Context? I think it's the right word. When 3 more victims are murdered similarly, Mikia stays with Shiki while she waits for an associate to pick up from school. They argue with Mikia, inquires about her ignoring the invitation to an upperclassmen's farewell party. Blah blah blah. Garbage. Don't care. Sometimes later. Later that night, Shiki leaves her home again to explore Mifune City and encounters a 5th corpse. 5 corpses. Put in your bets, is Shikiragi the one who killing the people? Answer is nope. Sometimes later, Shiki's servant Akitaka reveals that she is a successor to the Ryogi family because she inherited their unique conditions of having multiple independent personalities. Wait, really? This what it was connected for? To? Really? In Shiki's case, her alter ego Shiki is male. Why the fuck do they have problem with her? This is not how it was presented in the movie. Later on, Mikia finds a letter in his desk from Shiki asking him on a date. Cute. Why are they having problem with her being a heir of the family then? Whatever. Shiki shows up, but she acts boyish, leaving Mikia confused. Over a meal, whoa. The girl acts boyish, so confusing. Over a meal, she reveals that Shiki is currently in control of her body. Shiki, written in all caps, he explains that he represents Shiki's rebellion impulses and reveals the 2 personalities have been unusually out of sync recently. Whatever Shiki likes, Shiki does not, and vice versa. But they both like Mikia Kokuto, which is cringe. Later, Mikia has dinner with the detective. Oh my god, this is so derailed. It doesn't matter. who's investigated recent murders. Detective explains that the police has found Miki's school emblem at a latest murder scene. After school, Shiki critically warns Miki that Shiki will kill anything that opens up her isolation with the world. Weird sentence. Despite this, he offered to eat lunch with Shiki the next day. He notices a bandage injury on her left arm. Oh my god, it's as if she's the killer. She's not. And she admits she got it during the latest killing and she didn't. What is she talking about here? She didn't kill these people. Mikia doesn't believe her, but Shiki warns him again that if he does not back off, she will end up killing him as well. He later learns from the detective that the killer might have an injury around the elbow, the location that Shiki had bandaged. Panicking, Mikia goes to Shiki's mansion and finds her drenched in blood with a freshly bandaged corpse. Beheaded corpse. This was not her! Wait, was it? Now I'm confused. She's... I spent time watching this garbage. Why do I not remember? She spots and approaches him to give a cryptic warning. After the police arrives at the crime scene, Mikia pretends to not have seen anybody, but he secretly returns to Shiki's house nightly to keep watch. Eventually, she loses his patience and confronts Mikia, who still refuses to believe she's the killer. Despite Shiki Ryogi not killing all of these people, she does have an urge to kill, which is weird. And it's kind of plot point later that she still wants to kill people, and that's why she joined the agency, magical detective agency in the first place, because she wants to kill people, and it's fun. It's actually part of first movie too, which is interesting. Unfortunately, it does not go far. This point does not go far, and it's not written in a good way at all. Eventually, she loses her patience and confronts Mikia, who is refused to believe that she is a killer because she's not. When Mikia continues to keep watch, Shiki chases him to the outside road and holds him at a knife point. When Shiki demands him to say something, Mikia tells her that he doesn't want to die. Shiki then declares her intent to kill him. Yup. Screeching tires are heard, and the scene switches to June 1988, where Mikia has started to work for the Toko Ozaki in a detective agency. He visits a hospital, comatose Shiki with flowers, telling her that he has always believed in her. Yup. At this point, they make it this way so you don't know if Shiki actually is the killer, but Kokuto continuously say that she is not a killer, blah blah blah, and he continuously visits her in the hospital. It is said that Shikirogi is like a year in the hospital or something, and after she gets to the hospital, she gets the mystic eyes of a death perception, which two people cannot have at the same time, which is apparently what's happening here. Whatever. Let's not question the timeline. Somebody should die for it to work. It pisses me off. Anyway, and seventh movie in February 1999, set after sixth installment. Blah 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 blah. A new spate. Okay, so this is 4 years after the first set of murders. The second wave of murders is committed. It's resembling the string of homicides in 1995. Yup. Set after blah blah blah. Why is he saying that it's sad after this? We don't care. A new spate of ferocious murders was caught an eye of both Shiki and Daisuke, Miki's cousin who investigates the murders before. Yup. Shiki wanders the back alley in the business district searching for the murder and avoiding attacks by local thugs, while Miki becomes more and more worried about her. Beginning his own investigation that takes him down a path populated by drug pursuers and prostitutes. I remember. Oh my god, this is great, hold on, we need to read more. The perpetrator, Leo Shirazumi, finds Shiki first but loses an arm in a resulting shuffle. What? They're not talking about weed? Okay, anyway. The big plot point of the seventh movie is that there's a guy who sells weed and he's like the main villain, and Miki Okuto like says some insane shit about weed that's so good, like as if it's such a scary drug and everything. This is great. And he's like gets and follows this lady who's a drug dealer, and this lady is like, do you have the stuff, do you wanna buy? It's so good, it's so fucking funny for no reason at all. That's great. good part about this, or at least bad part about this, is that Kokuto and Shikiroki do not communicate in this part at all, even though they're working together apparently, and they're trying to find the same thing, and they're searching, and they're actively interested in pursuing the same goal, and they're both kind of care about each other. They do not talk at all. The perpetrator, Leo, blah blah blah, Shirazumi. Leo Shirazumi also turned out to be the same person who was in the school together with Shikirogi and Kokuto, which is not interesting at all. Oh, it was also part of it that this person, Leo, also known that Shiki was going out at night, and in a way it was set up as if it's detective story, like in the first movie. Maybe? I don't know. At least you could have pointed out that worse than... It's true, weed is bad. Yup, so bad, so bad. Worse than fentanyl. It's good, it's good. Blah blah blah. Shiki discovers, not Shiki, Mikia discovers that Leo in his apartment, he makes weed. Oh my god, so scary. Mikia tries to convince Leo that he can be saved, but he refuses and leaves. Also, the interesting part of it is that Leo looks exactly like Ryogi Shikiroki, and it's on purpose. It's as if he's obsessed with her in a way, which is funny. Also, I don't have no idea why he became vampire or whatever the fuck he became here. This is actually... This plot summary should have been way longer because it has a lot of interesting details, except whatever. It's Wikipedia, what do I want? Shiki is captured and tortured by Leo as she refuses to kill him. Miki arrives, she should have killed him. There is a really funny scene in this one, which is annoying as fuck, is that there's like a softcore part to it, rapey softcore porn, and after this, the only two men in the plot share a kiss, which is really interesting. It's like, why would they put it here? Scrolling back, look at this, elevated pornography and shock value, both here, click, urban magic, also here. I think the seventh movie is really, really bad. It's so bad. Shiki kills Leo as he told her that he killed Mikia, blah blah blah. In flashbacks, it's shown what happened to Mikia and Shiki in the last part of the second installment, which led to her being hospitalized, as shown, blah 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 blah. This sucked, those movies are shit. I'm tired of talking. This day is too long. I'm like an hour in and we are on the 6th slide. This does not go well. The Garden of Sinners, remaining sense of pain. Okay, should I just make a recap of this one? This one is about this girl who's a new character. Whatever her name is, Fujino Asagami, and she does not feel pain, and it starts with a rape scene. I heard this before. Drinking, you heard it before. Yep. So those people brutalize this lady, Fujino Asagami, and she's kind of like, I don't really feel pain. This movie is actually weird. The point of it is very weird. At some point, yeah, group of men brutalizes this lady. She's like, oh no, I don't feel any pain. But then at some point she starts feeling pain, right? And it's weird. And it also said later in the story that she did not. That she, okay, it gets complicated. I'm sorry. Hold on. In the middle, she starts feeling pain, and she kills all the people on the scene because she has kind of similar power to Shiki's, but not the eyes, but she can just kill. And because she starts feeling pain, it gives her like some sort of bloodlust, and all the movie she tries to figure out why she's in pain and what's going on, and through a separate investigation through the main character, through Shiki and Kokuto and Toko, we figure out that she actually have a appendicite. It's appendicite. She's not pregnant because she assumes that she's pregnant for some reason. But she's not pregnant. It's her appendicite, probably. But because she thinks she's pregnant, she goes on a killing spree and she goes and finds every single person who wronged her, because her being brutalized is not like the first case in her life. I don't know, she's going through through stuff, okay? You can really pinpoint the template of this one. Non-linear, unreliable first-person narration that deceives you and misrepresents concealed events of the story, only for Asshole of the Week to be yelled the truth at, simultaneously shocking the viewer with grand reveal in the middle of an epic magical fight. Whoa. That's a good sentence. I guess. Idea behind unreliable narrative is to poke at magical or maybe wishful thinking of a character viewer, but I think it's genuinely never executed properly at all, so it's hard to tell. Maybe it's supposed to be a detective story. I cannot get on board with the idea because the story isn't consistent with presenting viewer with all the quote-unquote evidence before the reveal happens. Yup. It's kind of what happens with the previous stuff, with the previous two movies. Like, I'm not sure. But maybe it works with those movies, but it definitely doesn't work with this movie. How is the sense? In the end, Miki confesses to Shiki that he is concerned. No. They are destroying a bridge. Flashback. Miki discovers that Fujino was initially able to feel pain, but her father artificially sealed that ability away to suppress her telekinetic power. Okay, that tracks. Toko deduces that Fujino was never stabbed in the first place. Oh, stabbed? Oh, but she was indeed feeling pain the moment she was about to be stabbed. The true source of her pain is revealed to be an untreated, ruptured appendix. Oh, it was appendix. I thought they were like, no, it wasn't appendix in the end, whatever. And Toko concluded Fujino does not have much time left to live. Nah. She lives in the end, don't worry about it. Kokuto forgives the rape. Oh yeah, one of the previous acquaintances of Kokuto raped this woman, and he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna give you to her. It's fine, it's chill. But you know, drink if you heard this before. Anyway, the Garden of Sinners, the Hollow Shrine. This one is about Shikirogi being in a coma and waking up from a coma, which is the worst part about this movie, is that Kokuto was literally going to her and visiting her in a coma every single day while she was in a coma, but when she woke up, he never visits her until she gets like away from the hospital completely. Blah blah blah. It's very similar to a piece of Tsukihime where Shikitono, a character from Tsukihime, gets his mystic eyes of death perception, the same power that Shikirogi has. It's pretty, I don't know, it's whatever. He has an exposition about magic that they just talk about in words that remind me a lot of Tsukihime's talk about magic. Funny how out of place those are in the fully animated hour-long movie. Is this really hour-long? Do you have runtime? Oh no, it's 45 minutes. Okay. So this movie is about Toko being introduced as a character so much. She's patronizing as fuck, she's pretty annoying, yada yada yada. Oh, it is a Force movie. That's funny. Anyway, blah blah blah, nothing important. Moving on. But Lover Movie 2! Hell yeah! But Lover Movie 2! It's not part of Kara no Kyukai continuity or whatever the fuck. It's made by Mamoru Oshii in the But Lover universe, and it's great. You should watch it. I recommend it. I was kind of sick with Kara no Kyukai here, and I did watch it. Watched between the fourth and fifth movie, and I did watch this one. This one's really good. This one is so good. You should watch it. Despite being not exceptional in the writing department, still easily clears any Garden of Sinners movie. Oshii's direction and missile of language here. Mamoru Oshii, the same guy who made Ghost in the Shell movie, and Ghost in the Shell movie 2, and Angel's Egg, right? Direction and visual language were finally used in order to expand on themes presented in the movie instead of just jerking himself and animate herself as they did in the first Pat Labor movie. which was poorly written, but it had like an interesting part of visuals, like impressive visual language that they constructed, but they did not use it to expand on a plot. But here it's all connected. Big recommend. Peace really is a fragile, but not that fragile. Did I not? Am I stupid? Why didn't I not delete the but not that fragile part? Anyway, just wanted to point your attention to the letterbox rating of 4.2. 4.2. How curious. How curious. Hold on, we're gonna search for it right now. But Labor. It's a good movie. It also looks beautiful. But Labor movie too. Okay. No, for no reason at all. Kara no Yokai 5. Will they realize what I mean by that? Nope. What about like this? Yep. Here we are. The Garden of Sinners, Paradox Spiral, the 5th movie. This movie also have 4.2 on Letterboxd. How interesting. How interesting. This movie is said to be the best in Kara no Kyokai movies, and it's dog shit. I hate it. I hate it so much. I really don't like this one. It doesn't say anything. It's not deeper. It's not deep at all. It's pretty stupid. It's pretty annoying, and it pisses me off that it has the same score as But Labor. It's not worth it. It's way worse than But Labor. It doesn't say anything good. There is the But Labor movie 2 was watched by 18,000 people, while Kara no Kyokai movie 5 was watched by 10,000 people. But still, I don't think if we add 10,000 more people to the rating of this movie, it's gonna get much lower, is it? It pisses me off. There's 3 types of characters in Kara no Kyokai. No personality at all. Kokutorogi, Asagami. Who the fuck is Asagami? Protagonist, patronizing, shut the fuck up, Doko, yup, and psychomaniac. Maniac? Misspelled, that's a typo. Who also does not actually has any personality. Head guy, titty guy. Titty guy is Leo. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, there was like a titty guy. There was this scene in the 7th movie where a guy just like licks Shikiragi's boobs while she's fully dressed, but she does it. I don't know, it's gross and has no reason to be in a movie other than the shock value. But we went through this before. Baby's first non-linear narration. Human resolve will overcome even most improbable of obstacles. Is okay team, but then it's hardly the consisting of a setup executed in a unique means. Yup. Boundary of emptiness, as far as I'm concerned, is not relevant to the plot and themes at all, and just used as a lore buzzword to throw around. Oh my god, we need to read. We need to commit and read the plot of this one, because this one it has plot, okay? It has a lot of going on inside, okay? Where is it? Paradox Spiral. It doesn't have a separate article? Wait, really? Guys, it doesn't have a separate article. Where am I supposed to read all the plot of this to you? Come on, really? That's annoying. Yeah, they hate you. I cannot recall the plot of this for you at all. Okay, so it starts with some guy. Shit, it's also important to be like, oh, whatever. This movie actually has a villain. This movie starts with some guy killing his parents. And it's actually reminiscing of how Shikitono killed Dark Wait. Like, it feels as if the guy just got possessed and killed both of his parents. Blah blah blah. He gets really scared he gets out in the wild and he accidentally stumbles about Shikirogi, and Shikirogi is like, okay, go live with me or whatever, and they start living together. Uh-oh, dropping frames? Pardon? No, come on! I can't be dropping frames. Okay, we're back. We're not back. I'm so invested in this garbage. Come on. Whatever, fuck you. Really? Okay, we're back. What's going on? Are we chill? Okay, it seems like we're chill. We dropped 0.5 frames. That's pretty fun. Okay. There is no... There is... It pisses me off. Oh, there is a... Chapter 5 Paradox Spiral, here we go. In the middle of October 1988, Shiki saved Tomoe and Joe. It's the guy from again. Oh yeah, he runs away from again, that's true. When she first met Tomoe, she noticed him to be an empty person who seemed to have lost his future and wanted to die. Shut up. He asked Shiki to help hide him, and to his surprise, Shiki gave her permission, as Tomoe was mesmerized by Shiki's beauty. Come on. He revealed to Shiki that he murdered someone, to which Shiki remarks that she is also a murderer, but she finds it hard to believe that Tomoe killed someone. Despite this, she still allows Tomoe to stay in her apartment. What a nice girl. While staying at Shiki's apartment, Tomoe installed new locks for her apartment and handed her the key over to her, though Shiki claims she does not need it. They developed a daily routine where Tomoe gets out at the daytime and Shiki goes for night strolls. As Tomoe stays with Shiki, they develop a close bond. When Shiki came back from her nightly strolls, Tomoe sensed Shiki's urge to kill, but Shiki's calm claims there is no meaning in killing him. She reveals, whoa, compromising position. She reveals that she is seeking to kill someone when she goes out for her nightly strolls. Tomoe asked if Shiki has any friends. Shiki points out and angrily complains about Mikia. Who? Tomoe notices Cornelius Alba. Is this guy anywhere else outside the Karanokyokai? He could be. He's so ugly. Anyway. Tomoe notices this guy following Shiki and later warns her about him. About him? Meh. When Tomoe confesses her feeling for Shiki, Shiki jokes about it until Tomoe insists that he is serious. Shiki asks if Tomoe was willing to die for her sake. Tomoe confirms that he is willing to die by Shiki's hand. Tomoe reveals to Shiki that the reason behind the murder he committed. He explains his recurring dream where his mother killed him out of desperation. He killed her and escaped. Shiki brushes him off, saying she does not want to take his life and there is no meaning in killing him. Blah blah blah. That's the useless part. Where Shiki goes to Garan no Do. Okay, that's their detective agency. Mikia hands over a sword to Shiki. She tries to show Mikia the katana, but Toko forbids her from doing so, explaining that the katana could easily cut down something. Detectives bounded field. Garanudo, stop calling it that, was investigating the Ogawa apartment complex case. That's important. Here we go. In the family residence list, Shiki asks Mikia and Toko if they had information about the Ogawa complex and learned about Toko was the designer for the building, and Tomoe's family name is listed in the resident list. Here we go. Tomoe lived in the apartment, and the apartment is weird. And Toko, who's a mage, is involved in making the apartment. So something weird is going on as Shiki returns to her apartment. Anime roast PowerPoints, professor of animeology. Nice. As Shiki returns to her apartment, she sees Tomoe, who didn't appear a week after she rejected him. She assembles her katana and listens to Tomoe's worries about how he saw his mother alive. Shiki told Tomoe to take her home to the Ogawa complex. They blah blah blah. They go here. As they arrive, Shiki notices some abnormalities in the building. This is very lone one. Okay. We're almost done. When they enter Tomoe's apartment, they witness the reenactment of the death of an Enja family. Yep, the apartment is in time loop or whatever the fuck. Shiki explains to the Ogawa apartment complex oddities and takes Tomoe in his real apartment where he supposedly killed his parents, and also one of part of the apartment in the time loop, the other part, is actually real and he actually killed his parents. But he himself is not real and he is just a puppet. Because, you know, it's a callback. It's a callback because Shiki Dogi has a puppet arm that was revealed in the first one. So, you know, the Toko Aozaki is a puppeteer. Ooh, but it's actually not her. Shiki explains to Ogawa the apartment complex authorities takes Tomoe to his real apartment, where he supposedly killed his parents. Where they found his parents' rotted corpse. Yup, Soren Araya is actually the main villain here, and it is revealed after this that Araya is basically the evil, the all evil, which is actually reminiscent of Tsukihime in a way that there was a singular person who was kinda guilty in all the bad things happening to Shikitono, but let's not talk about this. Araya sends the resident puppet against them. Though Shiki successfully kills them, she pures. Kill yourself, sorry. Just kidding. It's a bot. I can say that to a bot. Soren Araya sends the resident puppet against them. Though Shiki successfully kills them, Shiki mates Araya a second time, and then he sneaks behind her. Yeah, Shiki loses. There's like Kokoto line, blah 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 blah. Shiki was captured by Araya and was imprisoned within the bounded field, isolated from the real world. Oh my god, so much text. Toko, Mikia, and Tomoe began working to help free Shiki. While Mikia was to distract the enemy as a decoy, Tomoe's role was to sneak into Araya's workshop to help free Shiki, as well as return her sword to her. Before Tomoe confronts the Araya, he leaves the sword in the elevator. Yeah, this guy kills himself for Shiki's sake, just as it was said before. Shiki regains consciousness and is able to cut down the barrier, entrapping her by cutting his lines of death with her fingers, breaking free of imprisonment and causing Araya to suffer pain from inside the Agawa apartment in link to her body. It is said also that Araya and that other guy in a hat, Cornelius, and Toko were working together in a magic school, but then something happened. Oh, also in this one, they name drop Aoka Ozaki, Toko's sister, which is connected to Mahoyo no Yoru, the game we're gonna play soon. And we're still dropping frames, that's great. Why? Don't worry about this. It's gonna be in the what, I guess. I don't know. Can we reconnect? Oh, we're back. Oh, this sucks. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. Oh my god. It's chill. Shiki steps out of the elevator and faces her in the flesh with a sword. Shiki kills everybody. Toko arrives. There was blah blah blah. Shiki stabs and kills Araya, and Araya is dead for the rest of the continuity, but, you know. Before landing on the ground, he activates the blah 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 in her dreams. He meets Tomoe after dinner. As the boys enjoy the time in the dinner, OBS is disconnecting. The two are suddenly called away, finally binding each other for a while. While waking up, she hears Mikia unlocking her apartment with Tomoe's key. Mikia was surprised to see Shiki awake, and she calls him a trespasser. Really? Your connection successful? Are we chill? No, we're not. Really? We should be fine. I don't know what's up. Oh no, we're okay, okay. In her dream, she meets Tomoe inside the diner. The boys have their time in the diner. The two are suddenly called away, finally. Oh my god, who gives a fuck? Anyway, this one is shit. This one is bad. This one is a bad movie. It has no point. It's annoying. Everybody... It is... God, we're dropping frames again. What is this? This is catastrophic. We should... Oh, whatever. 0... Oh, cool. Okay, I'm pissed off. Is it gonna work? Is it? It's very bad. Really? I wanna finish my stupid presentation, come on! Well, it works now, but it's not gonna work in 2 seconds. Whatever. First movie sucks. People mostly like it because they see something in it that I don't, but we're gonna go for it. Whether your openness from a concern is not relevant to the plot and themes at all, and just use the lore buzzwords to throw around when some yapping is needed. Yep, so true. I'm gonna touch this once. Art is terrible. I really don't like it. Put an image of a table perspective in. Oh my god, the table perspective! Look at this! Look at this image. This is so bad. This is so bad. Why is this so bad? Do you see how the table in a 3-point perspective, this door to the right, in which 2 people are in, this has like 1-point perspective, right? But this other door, it has no perspective at all, and the room doesn't have any corners. What is this? And this little table right behind the door, it doesn't follow the same perspective, or does it? It doesn't. It doesn't follow the same perspective the door follows, so it's in a completely new perspective. What is this shit? Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at this, is horrible. Just like, look at the But Labor movie too. Like, the visuals are not important, but come on, this looks so bad. It's, yet again, it's not important to the plot or the writing, but it looks really, really bad. It looks so bad. And, you know, it all looks like this. It has some interesting animated sequences, but overall I think it's just garbage. Yep. 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 Yeah, the table part works, like it's 3-point perspective. It works, but nothing else in 3-point perspective at all. And sometimes in art, you know, you can bend rules. If you ever saw this Studio Ghibli image where they would intentionally bend perspective for an image to look better. It's not here, but, you know, Google it or something. This would... Shaking my head. Anyway, this doesn't work. The Garden of Sinners, Oblivion recording. This one, at this point, it's just like... It's not connected with like a single point. Oh my god, we're losing frames again. I can't... I don't give a shit. I'm keeping my presentation on. I don't care about the stream. I'm gonna finish it. I'm gonna finish my presentation and I'm gonna post it on YouTube. Fuck you, Twitch. Fuck you. Anyway, we're still recording. The Garden of Sinners, Oblivion recording. That's impressive how you could not make straight main Mars guy dynamic works. This one, it doesn't have Mikia in the picture at all. It connected to Mikia's sister who wants to fuck him. Did I have I seen it before anywhere? If only there was like a piece of media where I could fuck my sister, huh? I would... Sorry. This is really bad. Like, this girl's whole personality. Is your name Akina? I'm sorry. Is it really? This one. What's your name? Azaka. Yeah, her name is Azaka. Her name is Azaka Kokuto, and she's cringe. This one is pretty bad. This one also follows the formula of like, refer to this formula, okay? Whatever. Brotherfucker exists, but it gets worse. After fifth memory, all the villain in Karen Yukai world comes to, well, alright, I did it. How, why, when? Irrelevant, I guess. To be fair, there is a point in Tsukihime, I think, which is said to be like, oh, mages or vampires can sense vampires and can, like, if there is one vampire, there could be a bunch of vampires, because vampires and magical powers can like not connect each other, like attract each other. So, you know, you cannot go here that it's that. This is pretty bad. I don't like this movie either. I didn't like a single movie in this one. But you know, I'm pretty chill about it right now because I forgot the plot of most of those. Those are pretty bad, man. This movie is not deserving this rating at all. Like, But Labor movie, I don't know, But Labor movie is good, but it also doesn't deserve 4.2. It's like 3.8. It's really good, but yet again, it's not the deepest, it's not the exceptional rating, but compared to Karen no Kyukai, it's like 10 out of 10. Compared to this movie, it's like awesome. Anyway, epilogue. I enjoyed the movie, not by on a ticket plate. Unfortunately, it's lower down. But yeah, in this movie, it's revealed more about Shikirogi. It's revealed that she has a third personality, and it's a pretty chill movie, and I enjoyed it more. Probably like top 2 out of the all series, but it's, you know, it's lower down mostly, and it's mostly trying to contextualize a bunch of stuff said in here, connected to quote-unquote bigger topics, bigger issues. I don't know, I don't really care. Yet again, don't really care about this because it doesn't make the writing better. We're gonna get to it. This one, Nine's movie, Garden of Sinners, Future Gospel, is the one that I actually enjoyed. It has a part that I thought was pretty good. First part of the movie comes this close with presenting to you a tangible character whose problems and anxieties as a magic user you may not experience yourself, but still find relatable. There has a part of the movie with a girl who has future seeing abilities. Hold on. And it's because she sees the future, it kind of poisons her life. And it's very interesting. It's a very interesting concept. And unfortunately, there is 2 parts of it. And the second plotline is shit. The first plotline connected to this girl from Asaka's academy, right? And it's a girl. She was also in that movie, in the 6th movie. And she's fun, and I really enjoyed this part, this problem that she faced. But yeah, unfortunately, other character in the scene is Mikio Kokuto, and he's like, oh, but you're not special at all. Even though you have this power, I'm gonna completely ignore it, and you're not special at all, and you shouldn't give a shit about it, and you should chill out, and blah 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 blah. He sucks. I hate Kokuto so much. He's so fucking stupid. But he has no personality, so like, I guess Shikirogi and Mikio Kokuto are just like meant to be together because they both have no fucking personality, and the only tangible thing that he ever did is that he was loyal to Shikirogi, and you know, it's never here again. It's never something exceptional after that one time where he was waiting for her in those 2 movies and then briefly mentioned in that movie, whatever. Motherfucker exists. Oh yeah! Also, there is a time skip part in this, and it is revealed that Ryogi's Kokuto daughter wants to fuck Kokuto. Why? But why? But why? But why? There's also a Ballmother subplot, but yeah, I completely checked out after 5th movie. I'm sorry. It's just, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. It doesn't deserve 4.2 on Letterboxd. I know it's not. It's also rated very high on Mal, but you know, Mal is shit and you cannot trust other people's opinions ever. Conclusions. There's no other good movies. Clap, clap, clap. I found myself using first 5 movies to evade True Cup Story parts in Tsukihime. That's pretty true. And when surface level teams and writing are not sufficient, I don't see myself being invested in diving deeper. It's mostly criticism to the 5th movie, where people think it's good because it uses like buzzwords and concepts from religion or spirituality, and just because they uses this concept doesn't mean that the story is good, that the plot is good, okay? It doesn't mean that. It's not... What's that movie called? It's not Exhuma or whatever it's called. Exhuma? Exhuma? Exhuma is good, actually. Exhuma is a good movie. It uses spiritual concept. Exhuma? Is this how you say it? Exhumation? Exhuma? This is a good Korean movie. You should watch it. 3.6 on Letterboxd, huh? This is a good movie. I don't know, I think it should be a little higher, but maybe it's okay. Like, it's 3.6, it's okay in my rating, but not in the rating that rated Karen no Kyukai movie 5 as 4.2. I know it's because of the amount of people who rated it. I know it. It still pisses me off. Watch this movie and rate it low, please. Come on. Are we done? Read Count of Monte Cristo! There's a character in Count of Monte Cristo who is a paralyzed old man in the beginning of a story who could walk and talk, and he had one scene of tangible setup. For majority of the plot, the only way guy can communicate with the words is world? with the world is by giving signals with his eyes, meaning yes or no. This character, in his paralyzed state, has more personality, charisma, and autonomy over the story other than all the characters combined have in Kara no Kyokai. The difference in quality of writing is astonishing, and you got it right. It's Edmund Dantes himself in Fate Grand Order. Who knew? Who knew? Illustrated by Rui Kamatsuzaki, by the way, a guy who is illustrator for Danganronpa. You live and learn, you live and learn. It just scratched something in me that Fate Grand Order has this character by this illustrator. I don't know, it's just so funny and so hilarious. It's good, it's good. I'm the target audience of this. I'm not playing Fate Grand Order though. But why? Look at her. One day, this is 3rd of November 2025. I saw this beautiful doll of Alice. Scrub, sorry. Sorry, hold on, water. So this beautiful doll, she's so beautiful. She's so beautiful. Who's calling me? Damn, fuck off. So beautiful. She's so pretty. She's so cute. She's just like majestic. Look at her. She's so cute. So cute. She looks so cool. Who is she? Alice Kunoichi from The Witch of a Holy Night. Anyway, yeah. She's so cute. She's so cute. Can I stream again, by the way? Nope. Oh, wait. Really? Oh? Wait, can I? Is it working? Nope. Oh, it does work. Is it working? Ah, nope. I don't want to hear this. Jesus Christ. It does work. Anyway, it's gonna be the what? Whatever. But why? One time I saw this beautiful doll. We're streaming again, by the way. Sorry. Bot watchers, we're streaming again. For all 2 people who gonna watch this in 2031, we're streaming again. But why? I saw this beautiful doll and I was like, holy shit, she's so beautiful. She's so cute and beautiful. So cute and beautiful. And I saw her and I was like, oh well. This is it. I saw her. So pretty, so cute. And I took a note of it. And I'm like, Unrelated to it, I went to a sewing store. Damn, those are pretty recent. It's by this person at Mycia on Twitter. Beautiful doll. This is a girl actually. She makes those beautiful dolls, and she's pretty cool. She has a lot of cool dolls, and she also has a Shikiragi doll, which is beautiful also. And you may not have served as a jumping point of me watching the Kara no Kyokai. Let's not talk about that though. Anyway, I went to a sewing store and I bought 3 meters of this beautiful blue satin fabric, Italian satin. It's so cool. Here we go. Here's an illustration for it. It's so cool, and I was like, damn, when I'm gonna use this beautiful satin for? And immediately I recalled this beautiful doll in this beautiful dress. Look at her. Look how cute this dress is. And I was like, damn, I wish I could have this dress. And here we go. I'm gonna make this dress. I even drew a little diagram. Oh, look at this dress. And I'm gonna make the color separate, and therefore I'm not a LARPer, so people wouldn't say I'm a LARPer. That's not the reason. I don't know. If you're kind of interested in a way in something from a show, isn't it the most logical thing to watch the show and pay the show or a product or a media a little respect? Yeah, we're just doing it because I wanna make this dress for myself. Also, how the fuck would you make it? Like, this or like this. We'd never know. There's no pattern like this in my Lolita sewing magazines. She's right. There is none. I'm gonna have to figure the pattern out myself. Also, looking at the doll, there is no seams in her dress. So how the fuck does this work? A lot of questions, not a lot of answers. Anyway, yep, that's the reason. We're gonna read the whole visual novel, not because I have a sentimental value to the Tsukihime, but because I want to make this dress. Also, I want to make color, and so the back of the collar would have a little, like, button hooks. I think it looks really cute. I actually never made a separate color for something. That's it. It's not for cosplay, by the way. I just want to wear it. It's very stylish. If you would praise Nasuverse and all the Nasu stupid stuff that he and Type Moon people made, I think the fashion in Type Moon games are like top notch. It's so good. Like, all those characters are so stylish and so well dressed. Anyway, here we are. We're finally reading this thing. 140 into the what? How do we feeling? How do we feeling, gang? We're gonna start from the beginning because I don't know. Because we will. We already did like 3 hours of reading it, or maybe 2 hours of reading it before, and I'm gonna do another 2 hours of reading it today. I guess. So we're not gonna make any progress at all, but that's okay. That's okay. Also, this one, mahoyo bot on my YouTube channel kind of pisses me off. It kind of ruins the continuity of me playing, what did I play it? Outer Wilds? Of me playing Outer Wilds. So I'm gonna hide it, and I'm gonna give you access to it by the link or something like that. So that's done. Yeah, more water, and let's do it. Holy shit. Yapping for almost 2 hours is kind of hard. But we got through there. It was winter day 8 years ago. That solemn morning when she understood the value of life for the first time. The thing about the value of life and everything. I think it's really poorly shown, but yeah, the main point of Kara no Kyukai stuff is that it's all about figuring out the meaning of life in a way, which could be seen as deep, but yet again, it doesn't give you any meaningful insights to the value of life. So I don't understand why it would be a team, but whatever. Her home was nestled on the side of a mountain. Around it was nothing but inhospitable wilderness. She had no neighbors or childhood friends to speak of. Things like traveling or school or playing outside were more trouble than they ought to be. Indeed, with this pure water and bright stars, it was a place rich with memories both frustrating and a halcyon. Halcyon? That was only during summer, though. Winter in those mountains were extremely frigid, each morning more severe than the last. Your father would drive her to the train station after waiting 10 minutes for the engine to warm up and the ice over windows to clear. Might starting up the car for me? Your father would savor the morning coffee, leaving her to venture outside and wrap the engine. Out of the front door, she would go traversing the garden with icy breath until she reached that old sedan. As always, she inserted the key, then started the ignition. The engine trembled to life. Just as she proudly finished the humble task she's done so many times before. The dead cats, oh yeah. The shrill scream pierced the air. She knew, even though it wasn't human, that the feeble sound was cry of agony. 0 dropped frames, that's good. A few moments passed. Your father came out and opened the hood of the car. Creaking fan belts, a monstrous-looking engine, and something didn't belong. Weird. Whatever. There was a cat a mother by the look of it, and her two kittens. The three cats been huddling for warmth in the entrance compartment. The mother cat was missing its head. Inaccurate image. One of the kittens has been, mangled beyond recognition by the engine belts and surely died instantly. The other kitten, its face all covered in blood, pained faintly. It desperately clung to its mother, or rather the chunk of meat that has been its mother, with the last bits of life it could muster. Poor things. Your father lamented their plight. Who is it? Could it be Aoko? It's probably Aoko, but... The previous night has been especially cold. After he had returned home yesterday, the cats must have snuck under the hood, drawn by the warmth of the engine. They had slept next to the engine and awoke into a storm of spinning belts. Cars in the 80s were not sealed particularly well, so it's not that unheard of. It's okay. It wasn't your fault. Your father's voice seemed distant. She could only make out the small tuft of the kitten's grey fur. The rest of it was cracked in the blood of its mother and brother. I can see its skull, the fragile life of a speckled kitten. Trembling and possibly blind, it continued to nuzzle against the dead mother's chest. Wait! She took the kitten into her arms and ran deep into the mountains to her grandfather's house. Was it because she was overcome with regret? Or was it shock of grief? Years later, she wasn't sure. Fighting back the welling tears, she burst into her grandfather's workshop. Her grandfather was a magician who could do anything. She had never seen magic. She knew that magic was a fantasy straight out of fairy tales, but so was her grandfather. She had to find him. He was the only one who could help. I suppose you want me to alter this kitten's fate? The cave-dwelling magician sighed indifferently. This kitten needs our help, she pleaded. Whatever it was a simple task, or Herculean labor, her grandfather would not say. He simply granted the girl's childish wish, like a machine. Ooh. Oh, beautiful. Oh no, the girl said. Before she knew it, however, she was holding a tiny corpse in her hands. Its fur was cold. The warmth of life had left its body, and the tears she had fought so hard to hold back poured from her eyes. Regret spread through her chest like an endless grey sky. We were too late. Those things cannot be undone. Her mind struggled to come to grips with what just occurred. The last 10 minutes were a total blank. Who she met? What she had known, it was all as if never happened. The only thing she was sure was that the life once extinguished can never return. Is somebody here? That day, it was her mistake that gave birth to me. This is intriguing! What does this mean? Indeed, whatever occurred that day, it was a day of nostalgia and longing. This is the fairy tale of 8 years ago, the day they first met, that no magic can ever bring back. They first met. Do you think it's Aozaki household? Would it make sense? Maybe. Maybe the parents are divorced. And arrogant, greedy, and able only to destroy. I must be a wolf. I don't have regrets. There is no looking back. If my pride was left you behind, my sincere condolences. But at any rate, I suppose it's my fate to die in the hands of a little Red Riding Hood. Chapter 1, the strange one. I want a break, actually. Should we take a break? I need a break. I'm sorry. I was talking for 2 hours. Can I have a break? Let's have a break. BRB. I'm back. Here we are. Hold on. I have a sore throat. Made some tea. Well, it's gonna be fine, probably. Dropped frame 0. It's concerning. Anyway. Video games will not play themselves. It was a quiet morning. I would chill. It's okay. Okay. From her bed, she could see the sky was an ashen watercolor gray. The thermometer displayed 43 degrees Fahrenheit, a rather unforgiving temperature for November. It was like 6 degrees Celsius. Her stomach woke her up in a growl, pathetically reminding her that she had completely missed breakfast. But lazy morning like today's were for her a blessing. It was already well past 8 in the morning. On an ordinary weekday, tardiness would be unavoidable, but today classes were cancelled in commemoration of the school's anniversary. Gratefully, she had every intention of taking it easy for the first time in ages. Outside the window was a gloomy gray, and it reminded her more of evening than morning. It wasn't a pleasant morning by any stretch of imagination, but having been up all night, until just 3 hours ago, she couldn't care less about the weather outside. All she cared about was more sleep. As long as she could spend her morning in bed, what was happening outside was of no concern to her. I wanna kind of go fast through all of this and try to get a little farther than in fall's first stream of this. So I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be distracted too much. She shut the curtains, then closed her eyes and tried to let sleep proclaim her. I'd like a nice uneventful dream for 2 hours, thank you. Blissful slumber found her soon enough. Her consciousness faded. However, her simple request would be mercifully refused. Faint but shrill sound lingered in her ears. It was the unmistakable ring of a telephone. Much to her charging, her eyes popped open out of habit. Oh, come on! Why today of all days? The telephone was situated in the foyer of the first floor. Answering it meant walking down 30-floor corridor and going down a flight of stairs. In his sleep-deprived state, the distance seemed somewhere between incredibly far and astronomically far. The phone's incessant ringing continued. She knew the caller would eventually give up if she ignored it, but she chose to fight the urge. Why doesn't Alice answer it? She thought Alice mentioned she thought her housemate would get it, but she soon had to abandon all hope. The realization struck that her housemate did not have the day off from school. Okay, so they're in different schools, and was likely in class in her prestigious little Hilltop Academy. Okay, it's different school. The caller proved incredibly persistent. The persistence made the volume of the reading seem even louder. I'm trying to sleep here. Oh no! She was left with no choice but to get up, throw on the top, and leave the room. God, it's cold! She rubbed her hands together to warm her numb fingers. The mansion's heating system was inadequate to say the least, which meant that winter was the very worst of uninvited guests. Never more so that on a dreary morning as this, when one didn't need to use a thermometer to know how cold it was. The mansion sat in the mountains and was surrounded by a dense forest. Winter always arrived here first, before moving to the nearby towns. The robotic ring of a telephone reverberated throughout the long hallway. The mansion's furnishing had been so perfectly maintained that it made the place feel unlived. It seemed lonelier than it did splendid. Weird sentence. Coupled with a dreary morning, it could have passed for a haunted house. Well, it is haunted house, I suppose. It's too large for just two of us. Just the two of us. She counted more than 30 rings since it first began. The seller either had a lot of free time on their hands or had a good understanding of the house's circumstances. She had a strong hunch that it was the latter. The window above looked out into a gloomy sky. She hastened to catch the unrelenting rain in the act as soon as possible, though she had a feeling that her happy morning might come to a close the moment she caught it. Meh. It was here that a series of incidents began. Apologies for the lack of romance in this tale, for whether it be objectively true or merely superstition, it is always from gloomy and unassuming beginnings that extraordinary events are set into motion. Motions? Motion. Yay! Yep, Nasu's here. I'm not gonna talk over this. Or will I? Nasu wrote it. Did you know? Did you know it's part of a Nasuverse? Did you know? This looks really good. The art is like really, really good. Red umbrella. Kiyama Hirozako. Original art, character design. Yeah, character design in this is really good. Character designs for Fate Grand Order is also pretty good. Character design for Tsukihime is also good. Like, it's good. It's very simple, but it's not overly designed, and it's good. It's so good. If there is a good part of all of this garbage, is that the character design is always like top notch. Especially, you know, in a contrast with modern trends of anime medium to over-design characters. I think Fate Stay Night designs is also pretty good. Also, I know Shikiragi is in Fate Grand Order. That's fun. By the way. Shit, you asshole. Hold on. Oh, and I don't care how many Haberons they put in Fate Grand Order, I'm not playing a gacha game. So true. Sorry. This is not worth it. I'm sorry for messing up with the beautiful art. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Takao Otsuki. Wow. Good name. Otsuki. Do you think because you're kind of a big name and you have multiple projects that is acclaimed, not critically, but acclaimed, you can do like just this kind of boring intro? I think the the intro that was with the cat was way more interesting than this, but they just abruptly cut it. This intro is pretty bad, I think. But I did enjoy almost everything that we read last time, except for how long it is and how like verbose it is, how much unnecessary words there is, and how much it is showing and then telling. But you know, some of Minako had similar problems. The rain had subsided somewhat by the time she reached the school gate. Sunlight seemed to be playing peekaboo behind the clouds in the distance. It looked like it might be cleared up by early afternoon. Not that it has anything to do with me, though. The weather reflected her luck. On top of being forced out of the house at such an early hour, she had to suffer through a winter rain. Is the voice of a character too loud? Should I make it a bit quieter, maybe? Like this? Not that it has anything to do with me, though. I think it's fine. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Sinking feeling she had only grew as she passed through the entrance and headed inside. It's I hope we're okay. She didn't encounter any other students along the way. Nor did she see anyone taking part in club activities either. The reception desk to the first faculty room simply read, "Faculty closed." The school had given all of its students the day off, except those explicitly summoned, like her, a fact that irked her more and more as the minutes passed. She opened the door of the faculty room and headed towards the deck she had visited a number of times before. The man at the deck wrote a plain shirt and suit that were nonetheless neatly pressed. Seam-framed glasses adorned his face, giving off an amicable yet cunning air. The mid-mannered image this mid-20s man presented crashed with the cigarette he smoked. He didn't appear to have noticed her yet. Mr. Yamashiro? She closed the door with a bang. Showing no response to the sudden sound, he lifted his head. Hey here, good morning, Miss Sawazaki. I guess this means you got the call. Yup, they called me at home about an hour ago, out of the blue. Having graduated from this high school himself, Mr. Yamashiro is not much older than the rest of the student. No, he was. For that reason, the student preferred him over the other teacher. He always had something interesting to talk about and kept conversation casual. In fact, he seemed more like an older student than a teacher, but she unfortunately didn't share her fellow students' fondness of him. She was an option the teacher should come across as more austere, like an iron fist that could inspire both love and hate in equal measure, not a body to joke and pal around with. He was the exact opposite of how she felt a teacher should be. It was only natural that her manner towards him would be forced and unfriendly. Not that she'd ever been wired to make friendly small talk. You're in a foul mood today. You must be imagining it. I'm like this every day. The matter-of-fact answer perfectly matched the displeasure displayed on her face. Her bad mood from having to get up early and the tiredness from staying up late must have collectively made her look positively adversarial. Adversarial. Okay? If you say so, just go easy on our guest, okay? To be honest, we're not completely sure how to deal with him yet. About that, do you want to tell me what the hell is going on? Because I have no clue. As Mr. Yamashiro met her piercing eye, he finally understood the reason behind her tone and slowly put out his cigarette. Let's start at the beginning. What did they tell you over the phone? She said, I'll be introduced to a transfer student. They were a little hazy for the rest though. One of Mr. Yamashiro's eyebrows stood up, impressed by the brevity of her answer. He could see that she was angry, not because she had been called to the school on her day off, but because she hadn't been told why she was here. Mr. Yamashiro chuckled sympathetically. Sensei, if this all a joke to you, perhaps I should go home. Wait, I didn't mean to laugh. It's not a practical joke. We could really use your help. So, there's really a transfer student? Yep, but he has, how should I put it, difficult circumstances. His name is Sujiro, and he's a bit, well, peculiar, so we thought someone around the same age would be best suited to show him the ropes. She threw him an amused look. It was negligent of them to be pushing teacher duty onto her, but she did wonder how exactly this transfer student was peculiar? Maybe he meant the student was behavioral problems, or was it difficult somehow? But peculiar? She didn't have the slightest idea what that meant. You don't hear a teacher call someone that every day. She had her doubts, but swept them aside for now. This wasn't the time to get distracted by more concerns. The fact remained that this conversation was all the peculiar she could handle, and she needed more... Sorry, hold on. Tea. And she needed more information. She was already beginning to fantasize about saying no and curling up in her warm bed at home. Because I was running, I made my tea extremely, strong. I need to drink it while it's hot. Hold on. Gulp. Sorry. It's pretty good, despite being strong. It's a good tea. She was already beginning to fantasize about saying no and curling up in her bed at home. I have a question. Nani? Ah yes, second-year student like you. He's well-behaved and a good listener. He's not most energetic individual, but that just means he'll be easier to get along with, right? He's not in the same homeroom class as you, but I'm sure you get along just... I'll be just of that when I actually met him. And none of that answered my question. Why me? Though her tone was still stern, she had all right to crash out. It was clear that she was willing to cooperate. She had decided to put her feelings of dissatisfaction aside and focus on the task at hand. Forcing herself to act empathetic in spite of her self-absorbed nature was something she was used to. Paradoxically, the force of will was also the reason teachers put so much faith in her. Faith? To a point. At times, that strength shattered expectations, and on those occasions, they were left with no choice but to treat it like a natural disaster and to weather it until it passed. This was how Mr. Yamashiro had come to deal with her as over the past year. I'll ask you one more time, Mr. Yamashiro. Why does it have to be me? Pressured by a question without a clear yes or no answer, he answered. Tautology? Okay. Well, about that. You're probably thinking it's because you aren't visit ruler of a student council and are willing to strike down both teacher and student for good of the school, but you're wrong. I can't imagine any other reason you'd call me. Her eyes did nothing to hide her disbelief as she glared at him. Strength far beyond that of an ordinary 17-year-old girl, coupled with the youthful beauty of one. Shut up. Yamashiro-sensei let slip a genuine smile, admiring the miraculous balance of qualities. I mean, I'd handle this myself if it was just about pure obligation, but who gets this job has nothing to do with whether they're a teacher or on a student council. I just felt like you were the only one who would entertain this caliber request without needing to weigh all sides. That's why I insisted it be you. Weigh all sides. In other words, he knew she wouldn't say no. Yamashiro-sensei. Oh dear, would you stop glaring at me like that already? At least put a smile for the new schoolmate. Look, if you're agreeing to help, we should go see him. We already keep him waiting long enough as it is. And because you braved the rain to get here, I'll be happy to give you a ride home. Yuck. Mr. Yamashiro stood up gracefully. I'm good, thanks, she replied before turning and walking out of the faculty room. Where is she going? He had been waiting for about an hour. While he did, the rain shower lingered into a drizzle. His mind wandered as he listened to the sound of raindrops. The room was filled with neatly arranged rectangular tables. He was the only one here. Quite some time has passed since... Like SFX. Quite some time has passed since he had brought to this room and asked to wait. Even the best-behaved students might have grown dissatisfied or anxious with the situation by now, but the boy stuck to his spot like a scarecrow. He was chilled to the bone. Poor guy. He was the end of November, and low temperature in the morning had marked the start of winter. By the way, since I started reading this novel, they've been showing me like yaoi fan art of the main character and some other guy, I assume from this novel, all the time. That's kind of fun. Sorry. The room was not much warmer. On Twitter, the heater has been not turned down. Either he'd missed the teacher telling him to turn it on, or he'd never seen one in his life. He breathed lightly on his freezing fingers as he aimlessly surveyed his surroundings. The dreary place was apparently a meeting room. The other students might have considered it a wonderful place to meet, but to him it was drab and overly spacious. It was a lifeless place that reminded him of an art cave. Stuck in the cold room with absolutely nothing to do, his mind turned to what they wanted to discuss. Unable to come up with a solid answer, he returned his attention to the sound of the rain. The rain hardly resembled the rain in the mountains. Really? No, he could still recognize it. Barely. Its smell and sound were harsher, but at the end of the day, rain was still rain. So even this world, alien as it was, could have something in common with the mountains. The trivial detail perked him up a little. He liked how the town looked soaked in rain. Naturally, he preferred sunny weather, but he liked rain in its own way. The fog from the rain had soaked up the scent of the soil, and it reminded him of home. It was at timeless. Yeah. More tea, hold on. tea makes my mouth sticky. And I cannot open it wide enough to say all those words. It was at times like these that he was able to numb his anxiety the city gave him. Meow. But then he let out a discouraged sigh. How pathetic. He already been here 2 weeks, and thought of his hometown still made him sad. Perhaps feeling that he was being unfair to his new life, he composed himself and continued to wait patiently. Oh yeah! It is said that this novel, Mahotsukai no Yoro, the script is inspired by first episode of Evangelion. That's crazy. As if having a passion for distraction, his attention returned to the sound of the rain once more. Waiting like this didn't seem to be particularly hard for him. He quietly endured the numbing cold and the hour long with calm, deep breaths. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. A strong point of his or not, he was astonishingly patient. It was certainly helping him out in the moment. Nice. I love this. I love the focus switch. Looks good. She, on the other hand, was livid. The profile of the transfer student has been explained to her on her way to the meeting room. She was told he lived in a whole life up in the mountains without any electricity. Nice. That meant more than half of civilized society would have been an utter mystery to him. What a miserable level of isolation. How is this even possible in a post-war Japan? He's like Robinson Crusoe, she does say Robinson. She had every right to be angry. His village was apparently remained isolated in the mountains for many years. Contact with village in the foothills of the mountain only occurred once a month or so, which was unfathomable in modern Japan. Although expressways and Japan Rail, the old national railway, now spanned the country like arteries, it wasn't entirely impossible for mountain villages like his to exist. But she couldn't imagine how someone born to such circumstances would think or live. When you say no electricity, you mean in general, right? Like, he must have access to public phone. Apparently not. He mentioned how shocked he was by the phones when he started living here. I kid you not, he said, wow, telephones are so useful, couldn't really deny that, could I? This is a good part. She showed a sidelong glance his way as he laughed. It seemed the naivety of the country boy has cheered up Mr. Yamashiro a bit. They probably didn't have police officers either. My family home is up in the mountains, so it's not inconceivable they wouldn't have electricity. Oh, she said it right here. Okay, so she is the person from the prologue. Okay. But he doesn't even know what school is? Nope. He heard of them, but this is apparently the first time visiting one. Maybe it's why he's nervous. He wasn't very talkative. He's almost, what would you call it? Feral? Like a boy raised by wolves. I suppose it makes this a safari. Oh, and she's a wolf, she says. Curious. Hey, you scared me, Awasaki. I was joking. Go easy, okay? And don't worry, I got the feeling from talking to him that he's a nice kid. He was almost like, I don't know, a cute little animal that doesn't speak human. This is a fucked up thing to say. Your jokes and metaphors aren't helping. Gulp. Bestie. As she gave her a blunt reply, she tried to simulate in her mind what life without electricity would be like, but the thought of it took her soul moved from bad to worse. This is kind of bad. Localization. After all, it was world she had never known. She could understand why the teacher has given up. She too wanted to give up and return to her warm bed, and her good-for-nothing pride was holding her hostage. Not only did the teacher believe that she was up to the task, but she also believed she could do it. It wasn't easy to go back to her word, no matter how bad things looked after the fact. She walked along the hallway, the rain pattering in the background. The meeting room was already inside. With a furrowed brow, she fixed her long hair in anticipation of meeting the unknown stranger within. Her elegant stride were like those of a confident general going into battle. I was like, I believe in you and all, but I'll say it again. Be nice, okay? Can you at least try to smile? I'm bad at faking smiles, but I'll do my best. Really? That's a relief. I really mean it. It's good to know you're not good at everything. Shut up. Mr. Yamashira's shoulders slumped the second they reached the meeting room. As he put his hands to the door, his eyes seemed to say to her, "Be nice, please." This only made her more irritated. I already know I'm not the friendliest looking person in the world, but I can't just make myself smile at the drop of a hat. You should have asked Tobimaru if that's what you were after. Who? She sighed about your social shortcomings, but then it occurred to her that being called into school on a day off while sleep-deprived wasn't anything to smile about anyway. She also thought the person responsible for this mess should be better off attending elementary school. It might not be his fault, but neither was it her duty or obligation to do his teacher's work for them. True. At the very least, they could have used her brains and organized all this on a normal school day, another complaint she wanted to voice later. Based. I hate him already. He's my sworn enemy, and I haven't even seen him. Sorry, but I couldn't care less about his extenuating circumstances. You think this isn't awkward for me? Honestly, why did this have to happen when I'm so busy? Her pounding headache from lack of sleep had boosted her aggression by 10%. No matter how harmless the guy on the other side of the door may be, anyone who disturbed her sleep was the enemy. And just as she was reaching peak annoyance, Mr. Yamashiro opened the door to the meeting room. The room slowly slid into view. By the way, just a reminder, she's a Shikitono's teacher that taught him how to use magic and stuff. That's pretty fun. She didn't care for formalities, just looked straight ahead and stormed into the room, and found herself face to face with a most unusual opponent. Before we go on, let's see from another perspective, turning back to the clock just a little. This is unnecessary. You don't have to do anything. For some reason, these words are priceless luxury. For others, they're unbearable torture. For the proactive girl, it was definitely the former, though she should be too suspicious for the motives of anyone giving her such a gift to accept it. For the passive boy, it was definitely the latter, a bitter thorn that made him homesick, even though, at this very moment, his mind was still distracted with the wait for his face to reveal any discontent. He maintained perfect posture as he stared at the grey sky. He had already waited the whole hour, but figured they must have had their reasons for making him wait. And as long as he had the sound of a rain to soothe him, he could keep on waiting. Must be 9 o'clock already. Yeah, that seems about right. He had been vaguely keeping track of time as he listened to the rain. Due to the holiday, the school building was completely silent, except for the patter of the rain of the window. The mood felt as damp as the air. It was when he heard the heavy clatter of footsteps approaching. Maybe it's good that, that there's no people around. Wouldn't he be overwhelmed? On the other hand, he 2 weeks already in, so who knows, maybe? Finally, I thought they'd forgotten about me. You could hear 2 sets of footsteps, one heavier set belonging to an adult. He breathed a sigh of relief as the door slid open. So sorry to keep you waiting. The first person he saw was a man wearing glasses and an awkward smile. That's Mr. Yamashiro, the one who brought me here. Hey, where's Miss Satonaka? I told him to keep you company. He shouldn't have left you here. Mr. Yamashiro scratched his head, looking increasingly apologetic. And then, from behind him... Dun, I'm killing you! Dun. Sorry, it was a tight little expression that made it clear. She didn't want to be here. A dark-haired girl with a determined look in her eyes appeared. Dreamy. OMG, look at them! They better not be in love. At some point in the story. The bandages? Seijuro gulped. Gulp? The sound of rain in the window faded into nothingness. That's when he knew. This was how it felt when time stood still. Chill? Okay. Look at the cutie! She blinked quickly a few times, as if taken aback. Why was anyone's guess? The boy was everything she expected a naive country boy to look like. However, she felt something she couldn't understand. But he had a split personality, whatever. His eyes widened slightly, as if taken aback. The reason was obvious. Putting his feeling into words were a different matter altogether, so we will never know exactly what he experienced in that moment. That's when it hit him. He sensed he'd been touched by the hands of destiny. Ooh. Allow me to introduce the two of you. This is the transfer student I mentioned, Sojiro Shizuki. I think it's Shizuki. And this is the girl that will be showing you around. She's a student council president, came in your day off just to welcome you. Her name is Aozaki Aoko-kun. Just the two of us. The voice, his voice and the sound of rain seemed distant. This is how they first met. Such was their start, for better or worse, like an ephemeral beauty of fireworks. Just the two of us. It was commonly believed among the students that Aoko was always in a foul mood. But this gossip was 90% prejudice, as Aoko simply didn't have time to be irritated 24/7. The reality was she simply didn't want to explain herself all the time, and therefore seemed angry about something, obvious or not. The idle gossip did, however, lead to her earning the title of one of the school's 7 deadly threats. The remaining 10% of the gossip was right on the mark. Aoko herself often had a feeling that her tendency to feel animosity towards harmless things was akin to what a chronic headache sufferer might experience. Today fell under that 10%. For today her anger was pure, and her childish and selfish display was befitting of her actual age. It was a wallet crash out, come on! The meeting room was dimly lit, a wish in the colors of the rain. To reduce electricity costs, school regulation forbid the use of light during the day. Fuck you. This was the setting of 3 of them found themselves in. He's so stupid looking. Anyway, her first impression was that his calm demeanor reminded her of a field of wildflowers. In spite of this perfect posture, his overall air felt placid, tame even. And though describing him as meek would be going too far, at the very least he was passive. Even though his uniform, he could see he was thinner than average. His dark hair was unkempt, and he came across as a wholly forgettable boy. If she had to look at him in more than positive light, she would describe him more a young man than a boy. It was his calm demeanor that made him seem more mature. Love the eyebrows. That was the cause of Ako's reactionless reaction. So he seemed almost too at home in the meeting room, and she was left with the impression that it was her and the teacher, not the outsider, who were the guests here. She felt an unintelligible aggravation building within her, almost as if her right to be here was in question. Aoko felt herself raising her natural defenses. What's with me? Am I really this angry for no reason? She hated not understanding things, her own emotions in particular. It pained her less than you would imagine for perfectionists like her, but it still nagged her like a thorn in her side. Oh, Zaki. Why don't you introduce yourself? He said, greed. But Mashiro attempt to relieve the tension was equally irritating. Introduce myself, huh? After casting a nasty glance in the teacher's direction, Aoko turned to face the boy. he does the face, no. From the outsider's perspective, it might have looked like a stare down. And in that instant, the culmination of her emotional state hurtled towards the innocent boy and skewered him. Oh my god. Again, sorry for the wait, Shizuki. Hearing his name, Sujiro came to his senses. Gulp gulp. Nice tea. stunned gaze shook loose. He took a deep breath to clear his head. Checking up to his nerves, Mr. Yamashiro broke out a smile and turned to the girl standing beside him. I'll do the introductions then. This is the transfer student, Sojiro Shizuki. And this is our student council president, who came on today off just to show you around. Her name is Aoko Ozaki. We heard this before. So cute. Having been introduced by Mr. Yamashiro, the girl took a step forward. Her eyes was merciless. Her stare and unspoken threat to violently trample her opponent. Sojiro, on the other hand, looked so stupid, managed to keep his own composure despite the shock of how confrontational she appeared. He had never been greeted quite like this before, but supposed mistakenly that this was how people treated each other in the city. The exchange must have looked quite dramatic to an onlooker, a girl ready to brawl, an earnest country boy desperate to understand. It was a murderous limbo, especially for anyone in the room with them. Like Mr. Yamashiro, for example. Well, he had thought, this is good, comedy writing at least. Well, he had thought he made the right decision in choosing, well, not that good, but made the right decision in choosing an honor student to help him out. She was in an explicitly bad mood, and the tension in the air was undeniable. It was this moment then he realized that he fucked up. The realization had come far too late. One false move and the girl, for whom no problem was too large, would become a storm that would rock the very foundation of the school. So he decided to fuck off. Just as the almighty Joker card, Joker? Persona? Could bring either fortune or disaster, the sole teacher who had been present at the time would come to bear the blame for the scandal that ensued. Scandal? The band? Whoa, you two really seem to have hit it off. I suppose I can leave you to do it, then. Mr. Yamashiro laughed nervously as he crept towards the door. I'll be in the faculty room, so bye when you're finished. You'll be alright, won't you, Ozaki? Your student has no precedent. Don't let me down. And he ran away. Look at this 3D. 3D edge on Mr. Yamashiro's left, leaving the two of them in a Loctite state, one in which one set of eyes was doing all the glaring. All that remained in the room was an artless boy, the why, and a crossed-armed guarded girl. That's the way that they like. My stare is too meaningful to do a good impression. Nah. I don't know. The two lingered in silence. They resembled shogi players agonizing over their first moves, though it was only Aoko who was reading too much into the situation. So she decided to put her irritation aside for the time being. With no reason to feel revulsion for him in the first place, she signed deeply and faced Sojiro. Whatever, it's not like this is the first time that Mr. Yamashiro landed me in it. So, what's your name again? Her tone was nothing if not reproachful, though he had not done nothing to offend her, but the boy failed to pick on it. Incapable of such venom himself! You. He's such a stupid face, I love it! Sojiro Shizuki, he replied, and you're Miss Ozaki, right? Hold on. Whoa! What's up? Whoa! Sorry. What's up? Hello? Everything's chill? We're reading again? Sojiro Shizuki, he replied, and you're Miss Ozaki, right? For whatever reason, he came across as happy in his response. Drop the miss, that's not my style. Is Shizuki fine? What do you mean? What do you mean, what do I mean? Hello? Did I say something weird? Nice, you just started. Yeah, very. The boy replied immediately, as if it was a natural response, but quickly second-guessed himself. Never mind. That must be normal here. You can call me Shizuki. You mind if I call you Aozaki? Suit yourself. She followed her blunt reply with a swift turn away from him. While she was hardly thrilled at the prospect of the task at hand, it was been entrusted to her, and it was her personal policy to see it through to the end. Sorry, but I'm not in a mood for pleasantries. Time is short, so let's get this over with. Sure, I know your time is valuable. Alka Blunt Rancor was lost in him once again. Humans tend to be overly conscious about being ignored, whatever form it takes. But despite being peeved at landing none of her attacks, Alka did her best to act professional and directed her guest into the hallway. Why are we assuming that because he lived in the mountains there was no other people? Like, why is he socially inept like this? The beginning is a little slow, but afterwards it gets fire. Yeah, it's my second time reading the beginning, actually. There was no sunlight in the hallway, nor any sign of life. This was more like a prison than the cave that was the meeting room. Here we go. As it dawned on Naoko that the hallway matched her mood, she sighed once again. First thing first, do you understand everything Mr. Yamashiro explained to you? Yup. I get how the school works, but it's still a bit hard to imagine that everyone here is around the same age. I see. Great. Naoko rubbed her forehead. This Soyujiro kid had no... Soyujiro? Kid had no idea what he was in for. Apparently all he'd heard about school was that it was a place where a lot of people met to study. High school teachers imparted to students their knowledge in various fields of study while fostering discipline and creativity. But never did Naoko imagine that she would have to explain the concept of school itself to someone. Yes, fundamentals were important, but this was absurd. She had serious doubts whether he could have handled classes, but Mr. Yamashiro insisted that things would work out somehow. Sojiro had managed to pass the transfer exam, after all, barely. Okay. His face is so good, not my problem. Ako grumbled mentally as she walked down the hallway. Is it gonna become your problem though, Oko? She consoled herself with the fact that today would be the only day she'd spend with a boy out of time? Or at least she'd try to keep it that way. How wrong she is. Ozaki? He asked, calmly trying to get her attention. Nani? Can I ask you something? Yep, what is it? I could be wrong about this, but you seem upset about something. You're not a morning person, are you? Skis? It is still funny. I revealed Ernest's concern as if asking her if she remembered to eat breakfast. It was like another hammer to her head. It was true that Aoko has been glaring at Soichiro the entire time. Glaring red-hot daggers, in fact. Not just at him, but at the universe. Even in her best days, her roommate used to remark, Alice, most people can handle your skull, Aoko. It wouldn't hurt you to be a little more tolerant. She's been warned that her emotions were so naked on her face that people treated her like a powder keg. How naive could the boy be that he could not pick up on this? She seems very different from how we perceived her in Tsukihime. He's not making fun of me, is he? No, he couldn't be. Even she found her attempts to reassure herself unconvincing. I love how he got a lot of advice from his classmate because he was trying to get along Alice. Oh yeah, totally different. Begun down on Aoko far too late. And compared to her, the laid-back transfer student might as well have been from another planet. Look, let me spell it out for you because you're just not getting it. It's not your imagination. I'm angry, and anyone could see that in my eyes. It's easier than trying to make conversation. I cannot read. In response to her words, the Martian clapped his hands together. That makes sense. I don't know why you want to do it that way, but I get that it's a faster way to express yourself. Sojiro accepted her reasoning without argument. Okay. Though he still had no idea what kind of emotion she was trying to express. It was as if he could hear the words but didn't grasp the meaning. Ideas that should have connected were instead separated into blocks. So it's true, he really is peculiar. Okay, Mr. Yamashiro's words made sense to her now. What was odd about the boy went way beyond naivety. A stranger in a strange land he may be, but it was only civilized to forgive him some jet lag-induced confusion. Let's visit your classroom. She had regained her composure. Sujiro raised his hand and stopped in his tracks. One more thing. Oko waited for Sujiro to continue. The boy was patient to wait. She rubbed your forehead with your fingers again, nursing a vague feeling of uneasiness. I wanted to ask, why are you so angry? Is this your line of business? Or does it run in your family? Looks at the camera as if she's in office. I love to see people reading this fan. That's nice, I guess. Alone silence. What if I hate it? Though she knew it wouldn't change the situation, she remembered her regret at answering the phone that morning. He meant no harm. She repeated this thought like a mantra in an attempt to keep her impulses in check. It's not you, if that's what you're worried about. I'm trying to think how much better my day would have gone if I'd slept in until noon. Was that vague answer? Is it vague? She started to walk again and turned her gaze away from this rude stranger named Sujiro Shizuki. Well, what constitutes normal is certainly up for debate. Most would undoubtedly refer to him as so. He was a simple and nice boy with nondescript features. If he were an ice cream flavor, he would be vanilla. It tracks. And Sujiro found Aoko to be very businesslike and full of life. What Aoko flavor of ice cream would be? There was a certain purpose to her movements as they began and ended in an orderly fashion. The way her fingers raised and she pointed at things. The way she made her way across the hallways and classrooms. The way she would occasionally glance back to him to make sure he was keeping pace. That's a cute uniform. Each and every movement was so impressive that he could take his eyes off her. Like this little piece of fabric on the border of a jacket looks very nice. Sorry, each and every moment was so impressive that he would take his eyes off her. Yoko showed him to the homeroom class C of the 11th grade. The room certainly displayed more of a human touch than the previous meeting room, but Sujiro was none the wiser as to its function. Sorry? More water? Aoko gave a brief explanation before they visited individual subject classroom, as well as the gym, cafeteria, locked room, and school infirmary. Sujiro asked so many questions that much time passed before they reached the AV room on the second floor. Oh dear. Every Sujiro's pride is so good. He looks so pained. He looks like he has a stomachache. Also, his jacket is so long. Damn. Sujiro stopped looking genuinely concerned. It's 20 to 1 already. Huh? You're kidding, right? The school isn't that big. We'll be done soon. The tour has begun around 10, which meant that 3 hours had passed. A tour of school shouldn't take anywhere this long. Maybe if you didn't ask so many questions, we'd be done for now. He asked 2 questions! It's a miracle it still lights out. I know he asked questions behind the scene. Aoko glared at Sujiro. She was being sarcastic, of course, knowing full well that he would never pick up on it. Is he? To her surprise, he looked down apologetically, unable to hide his dejection. Whoops, I think I broke him. The guy before her now was nothing like earlier, in contrast to seeing his once impenetrable veneer? When they first met? Veneer? Like teeth? She found herself feeling sympathetic. No, it's like a demeanor, like a, I don't know, whatever. Momentarily at least, until her irritation returned in full force. What's the hurry? Don't tell me your brain's not big enough to remember all this stuff. Well, there is that, but it's more about it's almost being 1 o'clock. Sujiro's gaze wandered, as if worried about something. If he was worried about the weather, he would have had a hard time seeing, as if there were no windows in the hallways. Don't tell me. You got somewhere better to be. That's perfect. I take time of my day for you, and you don't have the decency to even hang around. You're a real piece of work, you know that? Thanks, I guess? That's nice of you to say that. Not a compliment, she yelled at him, unable to hold back her fury. Well? Well, what? What's happening in 20 minutes? Sujira's face lit up as he finally understood what she was asking him. It's a secret, he said with a perfectly straight face. Every time I think I got this guy figured out, he finds a way to trip me up. Whoa, cause if people have more to them than meets the eye. No fucking way, her frustration was natural. Still, she did everything she could to stifle her feelings and fake a smile. You want to repeat that, Shizuki? She took a step forward. Like I said, it's a secret. Feeling the mood changed drastically, so Jiro took a step back. And another, and another. No matter how many steps he took back, she kept edging towards him. She was smiling, but he thought he could see blood boiling beneath her skin. Here we go. Last question. Do you enjoy mocking me? He had no intentions of mocking her, though at this point he doubted presenting any evidence to prove this would do much to erase that forced smile on her face. Let me explain. Her arms raised in surrender. His arms raised in surrender. She halted her advance and freed her face from that unseemly smile. The truth is that my part-time job starts at 1, but students aren't allowed to have jobs, right? Oh? Wait, you were being tight-lipped because you thought you'd get in trouble? All you have to do is get permission, dweeb. I know, and they did. I got permission when they accepted me to the school. Really? Ako's face lit up as she realized she might not be the piece of work she thought him to be. Yet... But I only got permission for one of my jobs. Huh? You have more than one job? Well, I quit 2 of them. Living expenses are bad enough, but now I have to earn money for school as well. Those assholes make kids go to school. How dare they? Isn't school education free in Japan? Is it? Isn't all school free? But this is a private school. Don't you think it's unreasonable for them to only let me work one job? No, I think you're the one who's being unreasonable. Is it? Is he? Though still irritated, her opinion on him changed a little. She was impressed that he was able to take care of his tuition and living expenses on his own. Tuition? Can he go to free school or something? Is there no free high schools in Japan? What are we talking about? She could also empathize with having no time to oneself. Her anger began to subside. The words part-time job were about the last thing she had ever expected to hear out of this country boy's mouth. Okay, Aoko is a bit... judgmental? Not the word. She's a bit simple. Why is she simple? Well, you gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. It's fine. You can go. I get it. Will you be okay? She said no idea. Maybe she's self-absorbed? She had no idea what his question meant, but she at least understood he was trying to be considerate, which also took her by surprise. She figured he'd be just as dense about people's feelings as he was about everything else. I'll be fine. I'll just head home. First though, she thought it best that they both stopped by the faculty room. Mr. Yamashiro had mentioned that the transfer procedures had already been completed, so all that remained was for him to sign off on her duties. I finished showing him around. Great job. That goes for you too, Shizuki. How do you think of our school? Thank you for the tour. It's like a real school. Haha, that's great to hear. Okay then, best of luck starting tomorrow. She had no interest whatsoever in his pointless wrap-up meeting. You have to forgive Mr. Yamashiro. He likes the faculty room so much he chooses to kick back there while getting his students to do his dirty work for him. I bet he spends hours in there. Actually, that's pretty smart of him. That's a good face too. Okay, Ozaki, you're fine with it, so then so am I. Huh? There was it again. Whatever Sojiro was getting at, Aoko had no idea. Unassuming face. I'm going to get going. Thanks again for today. Yeah, today only. She shoot him away with her hand. Yeah, Matashita. His face bent to a broad smile, as if he found the gesture endearing. It was softer expression that she had grown accustomed to seeing out of him. It was the kind of smile that would make anyone smile back. But not her. Well, most people at least. Okawazaki didn't betray the slightest hint of a smile. See you later! Huh? And with that friendly farewell, Sujiro walked towards the end of the hallway. Or so she thought before he turned into the next class over. Did he just... Sujiro headed straight to one of the classroom's windows. No! Whereupon he opened it with ease. The chilly November air filled the room as the soft sound of the rain doubled in volume. In that instant, she realized his intention was opening the window. She realized she really wished she didn't. No, stop! He already had one leg out of the window, which she dashed to stop him. What do you think you're doing? What am I doing? I'm leaving for my job, that's what. You do know that this window isn't an exit, don't you? I mean, do you even know what floor you're on? She saw the lights of understanding drown in his eyes. This is weird. This is very weird. Oh my god, I almost died. Who would have put an exit here? This is dangerous. This is weird. I don't get it. It's the lack of something between your ears that's dangerous. Your insults went right over his head. Like he surely had people. Dropped frame 0. Okay, phew. Sorry. I don't know, something dropped frames catch my eye every time. People here don't enter and exit through windows, okay? You should probably remember this information for the future reference. Oh, okay. Oh, I know. I just wanted to save some time. But thanks, I'll be more careful from now on. And his stupid face. That's great. He pulled his leg back inside and closed the window. He's like a My Little Pony character. I'm sorry to say that. I don't know. His school uniform was soaking wet from the rain. Hey, be my guest. Go outside any way you like. Just don't do it in front of me from now on. Anyway, start school tomorrow, right? Yeah, I'm a little nervous though, which is why I came in early for the tour. I bid her farewell before running away down the hallway. She hoped he would walk down the stairs and leave through the school entrance like a normal person. Oh, I wonder if you're really going to be okay here. The image of him disappear into the distance popped into her head in spite of her ear? She had no intentions of spending any more time with him, and yet she felt strangely anxious. She couldn't tell if the feeling was fueled by concern or irritation. Hold on. Sorry. Why had she ever gotten angry with... why had she even gotten angry with this insignificant transfer student in the first place? A strange day with a strange transfer student resulted in strange emotions. Her head tilted as she reflected on what should have been a more enjoyable day than the irritating experience she just had. Well, whatever. It's not as if I'll see him again. How rude she is, how rude she is. The sound of the rain echoed quietly all around her. The grey sky seemed frozen in time. It was impossible to discern whether it was morning or evening. Mr. Yamashiro and Naoko were likely the only ones left at school. The unlit classroom looked overly gloomy and ominous as Naoko stood in it alone. She pulled up her left sleeve. Her dainty and remarkable watch showed that it was almost 1 o'clock. He was right about the time. Whoa, where's... clock? Wristwatch? She looked out of the window at the grounds below. She saw a boy in uniform riding into the rain without an umbrella. A sight she might have seen before, but for whatever reason affected her far more than she wished. Sorry, my nose is blocked. And my throat is sore. Oko did not stop by the faculty room before heading home based. While Mr. Yamashiro's offer to drive her home was tempting, she decided it will ultimately be far more satisfying to ruin his day just as he had hers. She walked as quietly as she could towards the entrance and opened her bright red umbrella. As she had predicted that morning, the rain was waning in the afternoon. At this rate, it would probably cease completely in an hour or so. Distant sunshine would likely have reached her by the time she arrived home. Meteorology at home? Okay, well, I suppose it could be worse. Yeah, it could be snow. She shrugged her shoulders in resignation. She neither liked nor disliked rain, but she found herself enjoying her walk home with her red umbrella in hand. The teacher at Misaki High School weren't fond of bright colors, so Oka's red umbrella was an unusual sight. A ghost story about how the umbrella was once pure white had been making the rounds, but it featured Oko instead of a ghost. It was with an umbrella that she made her way towards Misaki Station. Misaki Private High School took the namesake from the town it was in. The area was once a spawn of farmland and woodland, but rapid growth over the last 10 years had led to an unprecedented modernization. There were some who fought to preserve Misaki's natural treasures. I agree in principle to preserving the land, but not at the expense of our prosperity. With those words, the mayor snuffed out the voices of the minority and ushered a long-term plan for new urban development. I love saying urban development. More than enough funds for urban development were collected, and the unassuming town of Misaki became the largest municipality of Misaki City in merely 10 years. Hold on. Oh! What? Okay, so original Tsukihime was set in Misaki town, but then it became in Saya town? Soya town? So the current Tsukihime is set in Soya town. Okay. Huh? Where is Karanokikai set? I forgot. Hold on. It isn't said it, is it? The teams dealt with paranormal and tracks mature topics such as suicide, rape, patricide, incest, and murder, and they have nothing good to say about it. Sorry. I just want to see the name of the town. Is there a town name in this one? Hold on. Overlooking you? Maybe not. Type Moon Wiki, Shikiragi? Town? No. Nope. Appearance. Background. No, really? Oh, look at the sound effect that just loops. That's funny. Okay, sorry. So Misaki City is not the same city as current Tsukihime City is called. Okay. Why? Even though it lacked the modernity of neighboring Yashiroki or the elegance of Misaki Hills. More water.
それも当然よね。どういじくっても、もともとが山中の宿場町だし、山ごと切り崩すって言うなら別だけど。
What did people expect? To keep the town hidden atop the mountain forever? It's not like they were gonna flatten the mountain or something. Oh, she's mad. Oh, sorry. Urbanization had been contained to the lowlands around the station, with most of the hills and mountains still standing as they did 10 years prior. The exhaustion of funds succeeded in protecting the old Misaki where citizens could not. It became a truly odd suburban town, welcoming an increasingly urban population with its vestiges of old country charm. Misaki High School was a private school established long before the town's current state. The original campus, built 50 years ago, was located high up in the mountains, making its current location its second incarnation. Incarnation, okay. The path to the old ground was not only steep and remote, it had become an overgrown game trail with the passage of time. For these reasons, among others, Misaki High School had been shuttered until almost 20 years ago, when it received a donation from a department store chain that allowed for the construction of a new campus in the city, okay. And as Misaki High School reopened its doors, an old woodland camp was forgotten. In fact, most of the students attending Misaki High School were not from Misaki at all. The hardly rustic people of the country town preferred prefectural schools to private ones. Truth be told, Ako herself was one of them. She had wanted, after junior high, was to move to Tokyo, where she hoped to spend her days touring her favorite bands on the way to entering a public university. But her hopes were dashed with her sister's departure, so she was walking alone in town with only a red umbrella to keep her company, or what should have been a day off. Looking back on it, now it was like my whole life has been one disaster after another. One battle after another, your frustration evaporates into the cold December air. Oh well, at least it's not too boring. With those words, her mood brightened a bit as she left the school in her wake. The busier part of the town made her at the bottom of a gently sloping road. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm pretty bad. Beep boop. Beep boop. Beep boop. Misaki train station was brand new. Once looking no prettier than an abandoned factory, it has been renovated into a multi-purpose structure with a huge department stores on its east and west sides. When the department stores first opened, Ako and her friends had been impressed with their modern feel, but in a time the stores too became dated. She had no shopping to do today, so she passed them by. What she really wanted to do was rest at the cafe, but she fought the urge, knowing her roommate would never let you hear the end of it if she frittered away her money. She looked back and blinked. For just a moment. She would have sworn she had seen someone suspicious in a red dress out of the corner of her eye. But it's chill though, it's chill. Don't worry about it though, it's alright. It must have been her imagination, uh-huh. Okay, maybe it's too loud, my bad. The sixth sense chill that she experienced down her spine was a familiar one at this point. She continued her walk home, brushing off the events as if it had never happened. In time, the chill faded, and all that was left was the sound of the town. She sighed heavily. As she imagined it, even if it had all been in her head, she was far from comfortable with the feeling that still lingered. Even mosquitoes have the grace to buzz off eventually, she grumbled under her breath. Whatever good or bad, this too shall pass, so the saying goes. Yeah, I've got an elf on my plate as it is. Unfortunately, summer and bugs go hand in hand. She could see how bugs could be drawn to all the sweet fruit. So that was 100% real, and she just, like... It's not part of a plot yet, I guess? Run with grease and heat, the kitchen was closed for the time being. The lunch rush had come and gone. But one last battle remained. Battle? Dinner time, only after evening chaos would the kitchen crew remove their white armor and call it a day. In the midst of a war zone was a lone newcomer. Do I have to wear this? Sorry, it kept coming. His voice was uneasy, betraying how new he was. I know how you feel, man. I feel the same. Unfortunately, it's the boss's order, so you have to stock it up, okay? The future of the shopping arcade is at stake. Apparently, I really had to ask, but the rain was stopped, so would you mind going out for me? Get back in one piece and I'll buy you dinner. One piece? His bright orange coworker clasped his hands together as if to beg for forgiveness as he saddled him with his unreasonable task. 10 years ago, Misaki City was a town of farm and woodland, but everything has changed when the Fire Nation, the front of the station was now lined with tall multi-story buildings, and the residential areas were similarly full of apartment complexes. The once rustic scenery around the station had long become a thing of the past. Can I read? Shironizuka was the only place in the city that still contained vestiges of the old town, a pocket of the past inside an urban jungle. The road extended up conspicuously high hill to an unresidential district far from the hustle and bustle of the train station. Long ago, it had been considered unwise to build on a high ground, so nobody lived above a certain elevation. Shiro Inuzuka. Sitting as it did, Shiro Inuzuka sitting as it did atop of the hill in the middle of a town was no exception to that convention and had no residents to speak of. The asphalt continued for some time, eventually giving way to a mountain road that was swallowed into a cover of trees. A lone vending machine stood to mark the boundary between town and beyond. Even the children knew that there was nothing beyond the new playground and development that so entrailed them. Well, that was not entirely true. There was nothing besides the haunted house. Ooh. Aoko Ozaki traversed the lone slope. She was having fun. Loved the road texture. Below her, she could see the hall of Misaki. The symmetrical town looked like a miniature set from this height. It would look like a painting if there had been a sea next to it, but unfortunately Misaki City was very much landlocked. While it was overcast in the morning, the scene was quite breathtaking on clear evenings. The view was the one thing that made the arduous climb worthwhile, and today she had been denied even that. I'd cycle home if it wasn't for the rain. Even a bus route would be a fine thing. Aka has been using the road to get to school for almost 2 years now, but the journey had never gotten easier. Poor girl. Do you think cycling up would be harder or easier? I think it would be harder, no? Oh, it's locked? I guess Alice isn't back yet. With a very shrug, she put her hand on a rusty iron fence. Quietly, the heavy gates swung open as if to welcome her home. Yay, cleared the loon. There stood atop the hill a haunted house. That is how the story, much shared around town, used to begin. But fresh rumors about the house had sprung to live about almost as fast as the town's modernization. Despite being dilapidated and abandoned for many years, lights can be seen inside the house at night. An angry murder of crows often gather atop the hill before mysteriously vanishing. Children get lost in the fog, never to be seen again. Late at night, a shrieking sound can be heard all the way to town. This particular piece of slander was the one Aoko wished to discredit the most. The final rumor was of an eye-catching luxury car that sometimes made its way up and down the hill. This one is probably true. The rumors spread and grew by the day. And while they grew, the house that everyone thought that had rotted away was restored over the recent years. Deep in the wood on top of the hill, no one dared to approach. Like a ruin shrouded from the view, even on the brightest of days, stood a relic out of time, a building from a fairy tale. The house. Hausu. Good movie. Was the Kuonji mansion. Kuonji. Please say it out loud. Anyone in town knew about the witch's house on the hill. It was an unabashedly haunted house where Aoko Ozaki resided, for reasons known only to her. Needless to say, it was not really haunted. The Kuonji family home was a grand Western-style mansion with a long and storied history stretching all the way back to England. It was too small to be a dormitory, yet too big to be called a house. The main building contained as many as 3 normal houses worth of rooms and was surrounded by a large, all-encompassing courtyard. The perimeter of the grounds was surrounded by a high iron fence covered by thorny vines. There was also an annex to the main building. Given such extravagance, it was no wonder that it inspired rumors. To the town residents, the mere existence of such a lavish and out-of-place mansion on top of the hill was a cause of suspicion. Rumors, lies, and slander were the prices to be paid for fame. With only 2 lodgers, it was hard to disagree with the perception that vampires must be living here. Ooh. Well, everybody knows vampire doesn't exist. Yet. Well, I know I'm not one, but Alice. She put her hand, who the fuck is Alice? The same joke, but she put her head on the front door. It was a grand double door that would have paired with a brass lock, and yet it was secured with a little more than a simple keyhole. Pushing it open with one hand, she entered a supposedly haunted house. And, by the way, if vampires were not enough to scare you, ghosts were known to appear on certain nights. Ooh. Yay! We're really close to where we stopped last time. Much like the weather outside, the foyer was overcast with shades of grey. Perhaps by deliberate design, the architect had chosen not to include any lights in the entrance area. I'm literally seeing lights, but okay. The ceiling has 2 floors high. The only light in the room came from the skylight. Ooh, skylight! It was particularly gloomy on rainy days. On moonless nights, it was like the world itself ceased to be. Alko decided the drawing room to the east would be a good place to rest, but knowing that she would not be able to relax until she changed clothes, she started up the stairs. The stairs curled up the wall to the 2nd floor of hall. There was a 3rd floor attic as well, accessible from the far end of the hall. She had never set foot in here in the 2 years she had lived here, though. The Koonji mansion were more or less divided into 2 wings, east and west. Alko has been given the entire east wing, but 2 rooms were more than enough as far as she was concerned. She had no desire to open a door that would trap you in a storybook world or lead to an attic that had only been used for storage these last 5 years. Alko's room was at the end of the east wing's long corridor. She had elected for a smaller room for no other reason other than that she thought it would be easier to clean. It was furnished with a large bed, her beloved mahogany desk, a wardrobe and a chest for her clothes, and 2 9-shelf bookcases. That was the extent of what she brought from home. Her entire life of 16 years reduced to this. She'd also borrowed the next room down for her own purposes. Oh yeah, I should check on the watchtower I got from Alice. She needed to see if the project she had been working on all night had borne fruit. Born? Water. Ooh. What is this? Apples? Flowers? Who keeps the garden working? The study next door served as a proof of the life she had been living for the last year and how different that life was from the one she lived before. It was not a room for the person she had been. It was a room for the person she would eventually become, a place of solitude that only she could enter, or so she thought. Wow, not only did it break, it vanished without a trace. Looks like I've still got a long way to go. Go ahead, laugh it up, Robin. The birdie. The noisy neighbor that had intruded upon her sanctuary flew away. While not exceptionally talented, Alko did not lack for effort and was not afraid to fail. One could have almost mistaken her approach for optimism. Yay! She changed out of her uniform and returned to the 1st floor. The turtleneck! Let's go! And the jeans with the cute pockets. Down the stairs, she opened the door to the east wing into the corridor as dark as cellar. The absence of windows meant it was pitch black without the lights on, so she flicked the switch and entered the nearby doorway. You let the lights be on, and you just went away? Life without electricity, I don't even want to imagine it. It had been her idea to update the drawing room. The walls were decorated with extravagant patterns, and around the room were large, majestic sofas and a luxurious Persian rug. Nice. Amidst it all was a 30-inch television that seemed completely out of place. Nice sofa. It stood looking over furniture like the emperor with no clothes. The mansion's owner would have run it down without it, but to a commoner like Aoko, it was an essential commodity. They had fought over its presence at first, but eventually came to an agreement and now mutually enjoyed this modern comfort. Nice. Guess I'm one to talk. I came from a pretty traditional household myself. Now, in somewhat pleasant mood, she decided to brew some tea. She boiled some water in the kitchen, prepared the teapot, and made herself some black tea. Phew, with a flop, she sank to the sofa. Nice tea set. She took a sip of her tea, then another. I get it. I'm also sleepy. And I'm out of water, unfortunately. Nice transition. My bad. Followed by the ticking of the clock, she took a third step as she pondered how to spend her afternoon. The sofa almost seemed to be inviting her, and she sank even farther into its comforting embrace. She's here in her cute dress! Oko blarely opened her eyes as she lifted her body up from the cushions. Hi, cutie. Seem. Anyway, this was no dream or delusion. At some point, a girl had sat down across from her. Not the least bit surprised, she reached for her teacup. But the tea within had gone completely cold. Did it doze off? She asked the question to the girl on the other side of the table. Yeah, the girl answered without lifting her gaze. Cute. When silent, she could have been mistaken for a beautiful doll. The girl sitting in the opposite sofa was reading an old book. She had delicate limbs and pale white skin. Not a hint of humanity emanated from her melancholic aura. Here we go. She had darker hair than Naoko, and her icy eyes were focused on the pages in front of her. Her clothes resembled that of a nun, but were actually her school uniform. In Naoko's humble opinion, the gloominess suited her. She evoked something like out of a painting. There was something unreal about her, as if she were frozen in time. The white of her gently arched back was so lovely that even Naoko found herself enchanted by it. The girl was one of the haunted house's 2 residents. Her name was Alice Kuonji? Please say it aloud. And she was the same age as Aoko. How long was you asleep? At least an hour. They'll catch a cold if you keep sleeping here. Alice answered indifferently, not that it bothered Aoko, who was now used to it. She looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was already 7. She had been asleep for 2 hours. The day had been a rough one for her, and she had slept little the night before, so it was no surprise that she had dozed off for as long as she had. You could have woken me up. No, my tea is cold. It was already cold by the time I got here. I'm sure it was. I'm just saying. Oko drank down the rest of her cold tea in one gulp. In a poorly heated Kyoji mansion, that was more than enough to clear her head and wake up. Nothing quite beats the tea, not even the expensive kind from Britain. Britain? Cute. Anyway, welcome home, Alice. The universe seemed determined to give me even the occasional luxury without you. Should I call her Alice or Arisu? What is it about today? It's just my luck or what? At this rate, I'm due to temple visit just to be safe. Oko shrugged her shoulders as if resigning himself to her fate. Something happened? After 2 years together, they know each other quite well. Oko had one way of asking questions, but Alice had another. Alice asked questions without raising her head, and Oko gave her the details. I should start by apologizing. The project I was working on all night was a total failure. I only took my eyes off it for a second, but I think it boiled over and fell apart. Though I'll add that I shuffled their circulation codes as a precaution. Reading? Oko tried to laugh it off as if it was someone else's problem. And? Something came up this morning and I was called into school. They made me show the transfer student around and I took up my whole day. By the time I got back, it had vanished without a trace. You're not mad, are you? Hardly. If I got mad every time you broke something, there would be no end to the fighting. We have more materials, so we can just start over. No, Ice. You were really the one who's angry? Ooh. Alice was very much on point today. It was true that despite unwarranted appearance, Oko was seen seething with frustration. That aside, true enough, the transfer student I mentioned earlier was a real piece of work. He's been living deep in the mountains and has literally zero common sense. I know people say that the mountains are like an entirely different world, but I had no idea how true it was, Alice. You live in the mountains! But okay. Look at Alice's cute face. Alice raised her head in response to hearing her name, but Oko kept going on before she could get a word in edgewise. Oko, after all, expected no sympathy in the first place. We didn't get along well from the start, but things really took a turn for the worse when he took him into a classroom. He apparently thought it was a place where you get one-on-one tutoring. That's not all. I mean, you're never gonna believe this. What do you think he asked when I politely explained what classroom is to him? He goes, but what are the other classrooms for? Unbelievable, right? I mean, a classroom is a classroom. And no matter how vague and unhelpful anything I said was, he just kept nodding. It's like he was just taking everything at face value. I don't know if he just lacks an imagination or never uses it. Anyway, he at least seemed to grasp the most of what I told him in the first time around, so I suppose he's not a complete idiot. It's rare to say so judgmental. Is it really worth getting worked up over something like that? I couldn't care less about him. I'm just worried he'll screw up somehow. What she was really worried about was having to clean up the mess if and when it happened. That had to be it. If not, it would mean she had no idea. Okay, she had no idea why she would not get him out of his head. Well, he was a weirdo, alright. You two would probably hit it off great. Another world in the mountains doesn't sound so bad. But from her eyes it was clear that the question of whether they would get along was irrelevant, given that they would never meet in the first place. Lol. Oko gave a non-committal response. Anyway, what have you been reading? A book about spiritual evolution based on a spiritual diary. Ah, Swedenborg, huh? Is it really worth reading again? I wouldn't bother if it were the original, but this is a knockoff. It exaggerates the pros and cons of Swedenborg's style and reads like a well-written adventure. Even the secret organization standing in his way was a nice addition. The handwriting of the notes in the margin belongs to your grandfather, by the way. I had no idea he was into that sort of thing. He had a great sense of humor. I really miss him. Oko seemed nostalgic over her now-deceased grandfather. He just contradicted you. He just contacted you this last summer, didn't he? Do we really have to go there? Why can't Dad stay dead? Oko sighed and leaned back on the sofa. The soft cushions caved in under her weight. I think this is where we stopped reading last time, and from now on, this is all completely new. As I was saying, Alice shot a glance at Oko. Her body buried in the sofa remained as still as the corpse. It was clear Oko had turned out of the conversation. Alice silently chastised her with a look. The more she thought about it, the less important the events of the day seemed to become. If she just ignored Alice, the conversation would end here. They would eventually get up and leave today's mistake unresolved for another day. However, that's not the kind of person Aoka Ozaki was.
いいわよ。
Yeah,
何
what is it? She asks, still lying down.
今日できなかったのは
It's upsetting that you failed
だから
today.
反省してるって
Like he said, I'm thinking about it. I need to focus on becoming a full-fledged mage before thinking about school. I know that.
ならいいけど
I hope you do. The coldness in her voice made Aoko gnash her teeth. She knew what Alice wanted to say. She knew better than anyone. The wiener she wore for school was different than the way she lived at home. While it could be called hiding in plain sight, Alice thought it was silly. And what the silence told her was,
覚悟を決めろって言いたいのよね
make up your mind already, I know. Today's failure was not a colossal one. She just happened to upset the delicate balance between her home and school lives, chasing one at the expense of the other. And yet that careless mistake was a clear sign of Aoka's lack of commitment.
アリスは関
Is
係ない
it?
これは
It doesn't concern Alice, it's my decision to make. She had only known for sure that the last year and a half, but she had a hunch for as long as she could remember. Make the choice, and a day will come. It was little wonder that her morals and conscience has been stripped away. Oko pushed herself back up. She was met by Alice's cold beauty and wordless gaze.
オッケーアリス
Okay,
来週中に決着をつけよう
we can do it next
それ
week.
でいいんでしょ
It works for you?
ええ
As long as it works for you. Aoka could not help but shake her head, feeling like she was hearing something similar for the second time that day. Even in the comfort of her own, she couldn't banish thought of that country boy from her mind. Come
じゃあ
on.
下準備はよろしくね私まだできないし
I'll let you set it up then. That's still beyond my abilities.
場所は例の公園
Should we do it in the park?
妥当な線
Sure. The line there
でも
is suitable
もう
enough,
一軒の方
but
は
what about the other
そっ
thing?
ちの方が急務じゃない
Isn't that a more urgent concern?
時と場合
It depends on the condition.
Molly
I'll let you know
Henry
if there are any
was-
changes to the woods. After that brief exchange, Alice returned her attention to the book on her lap. Shop talk was over. Now they could return to their normal relationship as roommates. Oko grabbed their remote and turned on the TV. No more water. I want some water. Hold on. Oko grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. Since Alice was busy reading, Oko decided to tune it into a variety show that has already started. Alice started to speak but suddenly cut herself off. One of her delicate hands raised to her mouth. She would always cut herself off the second she realized she was about to say something trivial. Sometimes her self-restraint would hit too late and she would make a gesture like the one she was making now. It occurred to Oko that the sound that her cute little roommate made just now was different than the wah she blurted out in times past.
何
What is it? Oko turned down the volume on the TV. Her intense eyes lit up like a dose of mischievous
どう
cat.
ということはないんだけど
It's nothing really, but...
ないんだけど
But what? Alice looked away bashfully, not knowing if she should bring it up or not. It was times like this that her expression carried a real warmth and surprising charm. If he could see her in this moment, Alice's father would have had to admit that her name suited her perfectly.
今日帰ってくるときおかしなものを見て
It's just, I saw something strange on my way home and I wanted to tell someone about it. Oko nodded, beckoning her to continue.
つまらない
It's silly, really,
けど
but I just can't make sense of it no matter how much I think about it. Oko,
人間ぐらいの大きな猫がひょこひょこ出前をする理由って
do you have any idea why a man-sized cat would be running around town, delivering meals to people? Huh? For a second, Oko thought Alice was trying and failing miserably to make a joke again. One would think that about anyone, really. It was our guy. It was, whatever his name. Hold on, we can check. It was Sujiro? Alice is here. One would think that about anyone, really. but she seemed completely serious. Even if Alice's sense of humor fell flat for Aoko, this story already sounded more fanciful than Alice's usual attempts at jokes. Aoko concluded that her roommate was talking about something she had actually seen. There are a few things off about that. Maybe we should break it down. Let's not. Even I can't think of a few mundane explanations. I'm just asking because I can't figure out why somebody would do that. Maybe it's as simple as somebody just dressing up with a finely crafted catsuit to deliver food for a restaurant. I'm more worried about the person doing it than the reasons, personally. Alice nodded tentatively at her words. But wherever it goes for them, I guess, in a world with people like us and weirdos that live in the mountain hermits, there is no telling what kinds of freaks are out here. I personally would have just gone up to them and asked them what they were doing. Alice's gaze drifted at that. A delivery cat riding through neighborhood in the evening sounds like something straight out of a fantasy novel. Hey, what should we do for dinner tonight? Speaking of delivery, maybe we should order it. Ako loved getting takeout and her face glowed as she spoke. They had no hard rules for dinner, but if one of them was in the mood to cook, they made it a point to make enough for two. At the very worst, this meant entire weeks without dinner, but the two of them agreed that this was the system that worked best for them. Whether they found cooking to be much more effort than simply like ordering out, nights like this one were a common occurrence, much to the charging of the restaurant of Misaki Town. Delivering to the mansion meant coming all the way up to the top of the hill, the source of their disgruntlement. It's still before 8, so we're good. I'm really in the mood for Furengetsu tonight. I haven't had their tsukimi soba in ages. The Hungry Student Council president lent out a stack of takeout menus as she might fan a deck of cards and excitedly scanned for anything that stood out. Alice casually responded without sparing so much of a glance. Sorry, but I already had dinner. With those words, Aoko froze. This is funny. This is very funny. All the deliveries required a minimum of 2 items, so she was out of luck without an accomplice. Cruel society had decided it could be bothered to deliver to a princess who only ordered a single serving of food. Incidentally, the counterattack orders from the Hilltop Mansion, the restaurant had declared. The minimum number of orders will be 3, starting next year. Aoko and Alice was still in the dark in a fiendish charge in direction. Uragirimono! Traitor! Is this why you were late getting back? Between the bus ride and the walk, the trip home takes only 20 minutes. I would have known something was up when you didn't get home before 5 o'clock. Unfortunately for Aoko, she had been too out of it to even remember that she was the one who was falling asleep. Talk about ice queen. I thought it was clear that it's either it was good food with bringing enough home for the other person. Didn't they bring back something for you when I ate all last time? It was unknown how serious Aoko was being, but she was visibly angry. She had already woken up hungry this morning, and from the time she was called into school until now, she had consumed nothing but tea. No, she's hungry! It was a small miracle that your stomach was not growling. She knew it was her own fault, but she persisted, wanting to get revenge on Alice for scolding her earlier. By last time, you mean the time you went to the city and ate sushi but only came back with a plastic bag full of convenience store food? That time? Yo, they hate each other. No way, Ako was kicked a hornet's nest. So what? It's better than nothing, wasn't it? There are times when you're better off saying nothing at all. I love Alice. Alice's icy gaze piercing right through her. Aoko could certainly cross the line. But going on and on about how sushi circled around the restaurant while Alice ate her convenience store meal. But new things fascinated her, and she couldn't contain her curiosity towards the conveyor belt sushi shops that started popping up at the time. They were nothing short of miraculous. Even honesty can be a sin given the right circumstances. Just give her sushi. Isn't sushi cheap in Japan? Shouldn't you be okay by bringing her sushi? Fine, I get it. Does this at least mean we're even now? Alice went back to her book without so much as recognizing the question. The fact that she did not confirm it made Aoko anxious. Well, today has been a total disaster. I guess we'll just wipe up something in the kitchen. She stood up, announcing her intent to no one in particular. Oh, I almost forgot to ask, where did you end up eating anyway? Elsie's head froze on her current page. She suddenly shut the book she was reading and stood opposite with hand. Where did she eat? She walked across the drawing room with her book in hand. And she reached the door. She stopped and turned towards Oko. It was sushi. You really want to know? Sure. Oko nodded timidly, covered by Alice's sudden vigor. Alice continued in her matter-of-factly way. The cat gave me one of his leftover deliveries. And within the brief response, she left the room. Oh, really? Isn't he gonna get in trouble for that? Yay! Little happened of last night. Archive. Seven Days of Spring, Volume 1, 7 Days of Spring, Volume 2, 7 Days of Spring, Volume 3, 7 Days of Spring. Okay. Cats and Mistakes, Stars and Death, Winter Morning. The Girl in the Mansion. Okay, so this is chapters. Why this one says 1.5? Is this gonna be next? Or is this extra material? Should I read it? Let's read it and see if it's actually new material or not. Morning in the city moved incredibly fast. It made one wonder if it was even a morning at all, with people so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. The unfamiliar roar that awoke him reminded him of a rock slide. The identity of that monstrous sound was the engine of a motorcycle. Mr. Yoshida, his neighbor, was leaving for work. It was hard to determine when night ended and morning began here. The town's urbanization was synonymous with insomnia. Ready? It's barely sun up yet. Where could Mr. Yoshida be going so early? He sluggishly lifted himself off the floor. He caught himself staring out to survey his surrounding out of habit before deciding better of it, and made his way to the washroom. There, he poured himself a cup of water and slowly gulped it down. Having been relegated to well water until recently, he found the convenience pleasing. Is this the continuation of a plot, or is it extra? Pleased was definitely the word that best described how he felt. Civilization was about erasing inconvenience through optimization, the reduction of labor in our daily lives. Mr. Koga had taught him that while the essentials were easy and then ever to get our hands on, life itself was growing more and more complex. So too was it his duty to adjust to his new reality. As a distant relative of Sojiro's father, Mr. Koga has taken Sojiro in, even though the boy has been little more than a stranger in his life till that point. Mr. Koga had helped him get registered at school and find an apartment to lease, though he had insisted that Sojiro handle his resident card and register his change of address by himself. The series of procedures proved exceedingly difficult for Sojiro, but knowing that this was part of his new city life, he did his best to complete them diligently. While they may have a reputation for being a stickler for the rules, city officers aren't all that bad. It was the first thing Sojiro learned after beginning his life in the city. 2 weeks has elapsed since he left the countryside. As uneasy as living alone made him feel, he felt he could make it work. It was not as if the people were spoke another language, and Mr. Koga was absolutely right about how particular the rules of the city were. Sojiro continued down the hard but surprisingly walkable path. Before work, he jogged in a park to pass the time. Even exercise like this offered lessons for Sojiro to learn. Each passing person was a new face to look at, an old man who greeted him, the young worker with his eyes on the ground, and a girl on a bench surrounded by birds. They were all unfamiliar sights to Sojiro. Unaccustomed to the city, he labored to understand its rules. Whether they were complex, simple, or completely meaningless, Compared to mountain life, which only dealt with nature, city life left one with way too many options. One could argue that such an environment was toxic for Sojiro. His life was a string of unsettling moments, but amongst it all, there were rules that he sincerely admired. For one, that the city revolved around various forms of profit and loss. The fact that they only needed money to get the bare essentials to survive the city was a comforting thought for Sojiro. Hey, not everything's that simple. Money is just a symbol. It's the other stuff that really matters. Money ain't different from those free shoulder massage coupons people hang out. And it's not like the food you buy is a 10,000 yen bill force turned out bogus. Look, money can't buy you happiness, you get me? Maybe. Maybe? Are you for real? Man, I can't believe you right now. One day you're happy to break your back working a full day for a measly 4,000 yen, the next you're elbow deep in dirty dishes saying it's all about the money. What's your major malfunction? No, I think the current system is kind of amazing. To be honest, I never realized how limited bartering can be. Anyway, Kinomi, you're gonna drop that if you aren't careful. Huh? Drop! Oh damn, that was close. If I break any more, I'll be my head next. Thanks for the save. So, what did you want to talk to me about? It's money, isn't it? Exactly. I learned my lesson the hard way, but now I know that it's better to have more money than less. That's why I'd like to work even more than I am now. Are you for real? You already wash dishes like a machine. Didn't I just... Didn't I just... say? Is this... Hi, I hope you're doing well, thank you. I'm reading this visual novel that's pretty fun. It's pretty fun and funny. This missing a word, right? Didn't I just... how money can buy happiness? Say? Okay, cool. Isn't this weird how it happens a lot in visual novels, that they miss words? That's kind of funny. A person wrote it, huh? Love can, but back right up. Why is the weather so cold? Say, we should probably get paid more for washing dishes in the winter, huh? True, but do you have warm water though? It's cold alright, but nothing you can handle. Mountains water so cold it hurts. I didn't mean it was ice water, you hick. That thick skin of yours can be real annoying, you know that? As someone who couldn't even work at cash register 4 days ago, you sure got comfortable working on them for the man. The man? I guess money really is everything. The power of capitalism ain't nothing to mess with. Okay. Shut your potholes, part armors. The door's right here if you wanna quit. I don't have the cash to rest or deadbeats. The complaints and chopsticks flew at them like a storm. This massive Chinese restaurant manager was a stubborn man who was willing to let minors work for him and didn't shy from violence. Not funny, scary, even if it was directed at the son of a lifelong friend. Sojiro felt that this is what Sparta must have been like. Come on, he knows about Sparta? Look, he's angry. We need to work harder. Wow, your nose get any browner yet? What does that mean? Me, I'm trying to make the most of my teens. Whatever, right, been meaning to ask. Are you the type that likes to go out on late night strolls or more of a bicycle kind of guy? Not that it really matters, but... it's always late when I go home after the restaurant, but that's not what you're asking, is it? I'm not really into walking when it's late out, why do you ask? What's with this guy's hairline? Look at it. It's so high. Damn, okay. No reason, like, you just moved here, kinda weird question, but don't you think the town is dangerous? Not that people are bad or nothing. But I mean, you know that we get 10 attacks, like, out of a slasher flick every year, right? Ooh, the serial murder case! Yes, yes! Click. Crossing it over on my bingo, on my Nasu writing bingo, serial murder case. Here we go! Where's my 1,000-year-old vampire girlfriend? And since they started, there's... What's a slasher?
そっからかよ。
You don't know? It's like when a thief snatches someone's purse. No, bad example. What? It's not what slasher is at all.
筋切りってのは
It's more like someone killing to see if they can get away with this. Bunch of dead people in the woods near the suburbs. Real gnarly. Gnarly? Everything's gnarly. Sorry. That's why you shouldn't go out late. The park in Misaki Hill is a hot spot for the weird stuff. Every year. So it's a witch's ritual? Or, are they trying to maybe fix something? And they're not doing it? Okay, so it's definitely connected to witches. Witches. That's why you shouldn't go out so late. The park in Misaki Hills is a hot spot for the weird stuff. Haven't you heard about how they think the freak doing it is some chick with a sliced mouth? Nope. This is the first time I've heard a sliced mouth woman.
階段だよ。
Like a sled. Slasher film shit. They say her mouth extend all the way to her ears. It's pretty old school, kind of urban legend these days. How did it go again? There's a woman in a coat who asks, "Am I beautiful?" In a dead of a night. Even if you say she is, she'll follow you home and kill you.
女の少年はおっかねえ。
Dense chicks like that are no, it's like something you'd see in a miracle comic book. Okay. That sounds really scary. Does she actually follow you home?
窓から入って
They say she crawls in through the window, squeezes her way like a cockroach.
のクソガキ
I
が
told you not to hurt the world in the kitchen. I'm gonna kill you, you little tart. The back of Kinomi's head exploded in pain with the impact of his boss frying pan. Shaking my head. Violence. Minor violence. Minor? Violence? Over minors? So Jiro is reminded of just how dangerous this town could be.
殺す殺すって
I'm gonna kill you. Yeah, I'd like to see him try.
そっちの方が禁
Look how the boy says this anyway. This is a restaurant, ain't it? Well, maybe calling it this is too much. Is your head okay, Kinami?
あ
Ah, it's nothing. People tell me I'm real tough, especially my head.
あともかく
Anyway, about the duck, okay? You look like a sitting duck. Thanks. By the way, is 10 victims per year a lot?
死んねえよ。
Don't know. Presumably isn't a lot, but it certainly ain't few either.
うち
Real scary shit is they're still out there somewhere, since they haven't been caught. He laughed cheerfully. Hinami was probably trying to take the edge off of the story, but the noble intention of his laugh was completely lost on Sojiro. His friendly warning was equally futile. Sojiro was simply impressed that Kinami was able to laugh it off. Is this it? No! Is this part of the story? Or is it extra? On the way home, nobody ahead of or behind, Sojiro proceeded through the dimly-lit streets, then suddenly... he turned his face, an improbable sound.
あいた
Ouch! Something stopped him in the head and fell onto the floor. He frowned. A small bird had apparently flown to the telephone pole before landing on his head. Then Starling cleared itself off and flew away. The falling of the bird and its desperate escape thereafter was unlike anything he had experienced in his life up to now. Most of the townsfolk would have seen the incident as unlucky, ominous, or even sinister, but Sojiro just nodded and went about his business. Nice. Good job. You must understand. What might have been a first for him was surely an everyday occurrence for the city folk. Okay, it seems like an extra and not connected to the plot too much. Is this Alice? I see Alice. I'm home. Alice, are you here yet? I got some stuff from the arcade while on the way home from church. There is rice cakes. You wanna share some? Her voice reverberated through the foyer, died in the colors of a setting sun. It was after 5 in the afternoon when Naoko, still in her school uniform, cheerfully returned home. She had finished her student council duties and attended her monthly meeting with the church. Welcome back. I see that the meeting went as planned. The voice was coming from the second floor. In contrast with Aoka, her boundless energy, a considerable calmer girl descended from above.
難癖はつけられたけど滞
There were some complaints, but all in all it went
うちの
well.
問題はうちの
Our
問題だ
problems
から
are ours
今回
alone,
も
so I
手は出
decided
さな
not
い
to
って
get them
方向でまと
involved.
まったわ
You okay with that, Alice?
ええ
Yes. I'd ask for the help in pinch, but they can be trusted.
あの人たちの手は信用なら
We'll
ない
call on them to clean up the mess, as usual.
賛成
Agreed. No one likes to have keep looking over the shoulder. We can't fully commit to this if we're worried about what's going on elsewhere.
私はできるけど
Well, I can, but
青子は単に
you don't have time for
まだ
that,
それほど
do
の
you,
うん
Aoko? Tap tap. With a graceful sound of your steps, Alice entered the foyer. As she did, Aoko's eyes were directed towards the skylight above.
ガラス曇って
The
るから
glass, whoa, it's huge. The glass is kind of
そ
dirty.
のことで話
I
が
wanted to discuss that after today's business is concluded, that is.
青子
Are you
体の
feeling
調子
okay,
は
Aoko? You can rest if you're not.
何よ君悪いな
Oh, don't be such a nut. I'm not stressed or anything. Today was pretty normal. Do I look tired? As school activities went, today was a breeze. At a glance, your school life might have seemed almost idyllic. Though the more she thought about it, the more headache-including incidents may have stood out here and there. And with some sincere introspection, Aoko might have recognized the sign of her own mental fatigue, but doing so would have further added to her stress.
ストップ
Okay, enough about that. I didn't come home just to stress over school.
今日の課題って初歩のウィッシュでしょ
Well, what are we learning about today? Mesmerize basics, right? Wish?
問題ないわ
Then let's get started. I feel like I could master anything today. Aoko focused on shedding her anger and stress. And headed upstairs with
どうし
gusto.
たのよ
Aren't you coming? I thought we were going to do it in your room, Alice? The formally dressed Alice nodded in slight dissatisfaction.
それで伊勢屋のせんべいって
Are we gonna eat those Isea rice cakes today, or... She looked at the freshly baked treats Aoko was holding. Not the end, okay. In the end, their lesson took place after Alice had her cup of tea. For an apprentice like Aoko, Alice Kanoji was kind of roommate and teacher that was hard to come by. If she insisted that Aoko rest to preserve her health, Aoko had no choice but to comply. The lesson was over after 2 hours, so the two finished the dinner they had prepared and decided to change of venue for where they would spend the last hours of the day. Beautiful room! The sunroom was next to the drawing room in the east wing of the residence and offered a view of beautiful grounds. The proud Kuanji estate's luxurious sunroom featured furnishings on par with those in its splendid drawing rooms. Meanwhile, I would love to visit the mansion. Mansion seems so cool. Unfortunately, it's where the rich people live, which pisses me off by default. I'm sorry.
来年の夏はジャングルね
It's going to be a jungle coming next year summer. The ground outside had fallen into despair, neglected by the owner.
ねえアリス庭掃除専用のプロイとかいないの
Don't you have any landscape employees lying around, Alice? Aoko took a step into the sunroom and poured some tea.
探せばいるかもし
I'm
れ
sure
な
I
い
could find one, but it would take some effort. Playing along with her roommate's joke, Alice managed to sit in her chair. Candy! Just as she caught sight of a box of chocolate on the table, her lovely eyes narrowed in a frown.
何よ
Don't be like that. Today's screw-up was half your fault, you know?
おせんべいで気が緩
Maybe the rice crackers threw us off our game, or maybe it was me being too aggressive that turned this wish into a gander? Isn't it the opt for gay dating? Sorry, but still.
6個
We're down 6 pieces. We are?
そっちのこと
Wait,
か
that's what you're upset about? Aoko eyes stared intently at the box of chocolates. You could search the world. You could search the world and never find a finer selection of chocolates. Really? The brand with 6-pence songs, apparently.
で鏡の話をす
So,
るんだっ
what was it about the mirror you wanted to talk
け
about?
今洋館モード
It's
から
still in
目
Misaki
先モード
mode,
になっ
right?
てるんでしょ
No mention mode?
ええここの管理はおざなりに
What are you talking about?
美咲
Yeah,
だ
the
けに切り替
mansion
えたわ
can take care of itself for the time being, so it changed the target to Misaki City. Things have been cloudy here since
少しずつ
yesterday.
だけど
Now I know for certain that each passing day, the forces arrayed against us grow.
包囲って
You mean there's more of those
捕
things?
捉していた一
There's the
名は
one
もち
who
ろん
was captured, and I've witnessed two other suspicious types, one in the city and one in the woods outside the town. It's too much to ask that you could be wrong just this once. Which one is causing the biggest ruckus? The one in the woods. I'm getting close to capturing it, but it's being watched. It's not taking the bait.
そっか
I see.
じゃあ今夜
You want to go after it tonight? To go after it tonight. One simple suggestion that would change the course of your life forever. It was no overstatement to say that this was a roll of dice that would decide whether she had the moxie to survive the experience of jumping out of a plane with a torn parachute. Alka swallowed her hesitation and fear with little tea. On the school's anniversary night, she declared that she had made up her mind, and from that time on, she would not waver. Alice welcomed her roommate's strength with her barest hint of regret. As someone who shared the same motivation as her, Alice was ultimately reassured by Aoka's resolve. Well, perhaps more pleased than reassured. All in all, it had taken better part of the year, but finally, Aoko had stepped out of Alice's shadow. The two partners now shared the same fate. Fate? Aoko was not the partner Alice had asked for, but a partner nonetheless. Strangers, worlds apart, and even if eventually they would battle each other to the death using all they had inherited, it was only right they did it on equal terms. Cute? It was, at least for now, a cause for celebration over how far Aoko had come.
せっかくだけど今夜は私一人で十分
Generous, but I'll be fine on my own tonight.
そんな余裕があるの
Time would be better spent practicing mesmerize a little more. The park is under your jurisdiction, so
公園はあ
I'll
なたの
put you
担当
to work while the time comes. Alice did not so much as look at Aoka as she explained her reasons, the scale of the enemy she would face that night, her plans with Aoka. For in only 2 days from now, Aoka Ozaki would be reborn.
はいはいわかりました
I died, but then I was reborn, as a witch. Fine, whatever you say. Yuka finished her tea and stood up from his seat.
お言葉通り
I guess I'm practicing then.
一節目は確か
How did the first part go again? Be light and frail, nimble and fast. Tick tock, tick tock. There is no time to rest. That's right?
そ
No,
こは
you're missing the quiet part. Remember, the weight of the air, the tremble of one's breath. Light lags behind while light lags behind while shadows pull ahead.
気をつけなさい
Fuck! I fucked up the spell. Be careful, or you may find yourself in a state of unease.
そうだったそうだ
Unease.
った
Yeah, I remember now. Now, if you'll excuse me, Aka grabbed a piece of chocolate and popped it in her mouth. She waved before leaving Alice alone in silence. Alice stiffened a moment before slamming the box of chocolate shut, as if it could serve to scold the Aka of snacking. It's like a fancy box. That's cute. Okay, those seem to be irrelevant. Oh, this one was short, but the next one is long. I kinda wanna finish them all today. Beautiful moon! Tick tock, tick tock. Good morning. Time check. Midnight. Meow? 24 hours since last update. It's moving. Running back up. Transmitting log. Commencing local scan. Running atmospheric analysis. Nitrogen. Normal. Oxygen. Normal. Argon. Normal. Carbon dioxide. Normal. Here's theoretical factor. Multiple anomalies detected. Local space-time discrepancy detected. Conclusion. Contact. Class 1 threat. Shifting procession range from subjective to objective. Shifting autonomous circuit to reverse power. Shifting diagnostic circuit to main power. Shifting view mode. AR filter inactive. I filter active. Now, it begins. Initiating combat log. O Master, preserve me from harm. A video? No? Misaki City was thickly wooded area. Thickly? Urban development continued unabated, but Mother Nature still drew breath in its outskirts. Whilst old trees had been turned to lumber, the leaves had begun to turn to mulch. Even though the birds who curiously tilted their heads had moved on, the verdure lived on, a testament to its enduring strength. Until the time came that the devouring light of civilization became powerful enough to encroach upon nature's mysterious domain. These woods were no exception. The outlying border between Misaki City and Misaki Hills had been left untouched. Though driven from their nests and dens were here, wildlife continued to subsist even today. No longer able to return to the days before man, this was just like any other forest situated next to a town. Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle. Winter had arrived in the woods. This is a banger? The chill cut like razor. The icy air so thick it could reach one's bones. Exposed cheeks stiffened and wisps of breath formed swirls in the air before disappearing. It was 1 degree above freezing. The cold snap penetrated every nook and cranny in the woods, from the ground to the trees to the wildlife. The cow jumped over the moon. A little dog laughed. I don't know the motive. The forest allowed nobody entry during the day. During the winter, it willed the animals to slumber. The still evening air felt like the stagnant breath of the lingering death. The forest consumed the moonlight, obscuring the sight of even the closest of precipices? What? Precipices? Precipices? And hastening the ultimately untimely doom of any soul unfortunate enough to become lost within. The only noises to be heard were the whisperings of the wind and the murmuring of the stream. The immortal darkness stifled any sense of life. Not the breath of an animal, much less that of a person, was drawn in this place. However, a figure in black, not of this place, skulked within, and cast the tiniest, frailest of silhouettes, like a small boat lost in a sea of fog. Its trepidatious footsteps, "It's her!" echoed through the woods. There, exiting in a veil of trees, was the unmistakable likeness of a young girl. To see such craft and a dish run away with the spoon. Cute. Someone's here, someone's here. There they are, there they are. Who can they be, who can they be? Someone and someone. Are you hungry? I'm starving. Which one should we eat? Let's eat them both. You take the left. You take the right. We must welcome them. We must entertain them. After all, we don't have other guests. Well, we added to the stomach and the tibia. It's not often we get to chew the fat. She's actually very small, so I don't think she had that much fat. The shadows in the trees laughed ominously. A hallucination? An illusion? Or perhaps something real? No. Bots, am I right? Destroyed? Anyway, the shadows frolicked in time over the girl's face. Meow. So cute! Come, come! Deeper and deeper. Did you remember to rig the dice? Lower than words, they help. Nibbed around the edges, they be. Just remember, don't roll the vital 6. I wouldn't, don't worry about it. The girl knitted her eyebrows. She heard voices and felt the presence of things that should not be. Scary enough to frighten this particular girl? As if. Her tightly pursed lips betrayed not a hint of fear. The girl walked on her own volition. If she had truly felt fear, her legs would be frozen. Deep within the trees, She was perfectly aware of the two humanoid figures stalking her through the still night air. I saw them. They're coming. Give up. There is no going back. We warned you. It's your fault for staying. Damn, that's a nice image. The girl held her 2 steps. The racket from the accompanying voices died in turn. The bubbling brook suddenly sounded like a crackling fire. And then, across the shadow stream, something appeared that should not exist in the city, much less these woods. She's so cute! Good evening. I don't suppose I could speak to you, master? A girl dressed... Sorry. The girl addressed him calmly. This man was their Glasgow grins, clipped towards her like 2 slugs. I don't like this sentence. I see. Simple graveyard words, sent to be lookouts. My mistake. I should have entrusted this to Aoko. However, the one grinning man stood still. The other, shaking violently as if unable to contain himself any longer, turned towards the girl. Who still has a lot on her plate. Although you're far from looked apart, you seem to be on the level of a fully fledged mage. Your black outfit stirred. In her night hand she held a vitreous cat, darkened with the deepest night. The 2 Glasgow men let out a yelp of caution and incoherent fear. It was the right moment that they finally bared their intent and emotion. Farewell, my guests. Since this will be the last moment, I offer only a goodbye. Oh, it's a cat, I see. The 2 shrugged at her words. They had no mouth, no ears, or brains to begin with. For creatures like these, words were redundant. All this existed was the present. For these soulless creatures, fears and hopes were nothing more than an unimaginable future. And what could be this feeling of foreboding they felt? This spine-chilling miracle that would rip them to pieces not moments from now. Ah, she's so cute! Come then, puppets, let us play make-believe. Her song sounded like a bell, echoing through the white woods. Ah! The girl's voice vanquished the frost that had gripped the trees. Then... I love magic. Magic is fun. Come on, don't keep us waiting! It's little cows? Come on, it's time for Little Red Riding Hood. She's in black, by the way. The curtains open to Diddle Diddle, the banquet of the night. Minaka reference? In confusion, one slit-mouthed man swooped towards the girl. In fear, the other fled into woods behind her. The deformed humanoid darted forth, kicking up the water as it rushed the girl. She already knew what this fiend was. The green figure was scissors, had scissors for hand, and a demon's heart. It was a wretch who kidnapped children, mercilessly rendering them into pieces. Cringe. Tweedle. Leave this to us. It's finally our turn. The piglets bonded and rebounded like paddle balls. The stuffed animals, over 3 feet in length, jumped and weaved their way between the trees. Even with these strange creatures before them, the grinning, he grins, it's a grinning man did not so much as blink. He raised his arms, but what emerged from the cold sleeves were not the human appendages you would expect. In their place, fiendish clips more than 1.5 feet in length. Those appendages, which had torn so much of their prey to pieces, sliced clearly through the flying pig's skulls. His limbs froze in place. The pig's bodies were sliced perfectly in half. And then, bisected from head to tail, the pig's inwards became an alligator jaws that clamped upon the griding man's arms. From fingertips to shoulders, there was swallowed whole. It was all it took to rob the man of control over his entire body. Another shiver of fear. These were no mere big familiars. Immediately he realized that these were stapler monsters disguised as mere pigs. I got him. No, I got him. Oh, but too bad Master has no words, no emotions, no interest. In the end, it doesn't really matter who did it. Oh, it's this one. London on bridge broken down, broken down, broken down. Not in key, that's funny. Impossible its presence, murmured these trees. Not possible, not possible, not possible? Talking pigs were one thing. Even having one's arm chopped off was the realm of occupation hazard. In an instant, the woods had enveloped in a dense wave of magical energy. Though vexing, it was still impressive. None of these facts were particularly extraordinary. These rare familiars, their bizarre attack, the sheer innate magic energy to overwhelm others. He had experience with all these things. His employer was skilled enough to archive all of these as well. However... What now? What now? How long should we hold like this? Even a blink of eyes too long. Let's take an arm. I'll give you a good price if you pay me in pounds. What were they? Not vessels, not living creatures, not beings powered by magic circuits. Even though only his arms had been bitten, none of his body would move. It was nothing like being bound to weakened. It felt weakened? It felt like more he had become words written in a book, faded to keep on their page. As the grinning figures what? As the green figure's deformities, what word is this? Indicates he had overcome numerous curiosities and monstrosities, illusions, entrailments, compulsions, freezing, putrefaction, and even petrifactions. Putrefactions and even petrifications, my bad. A power granted to only a pinnacle of mystic eyes. Mystic eyes? Not again. From the poison of magecraft, he had weathered a great deal, but this was something different altogether. Minako? The penalty that bound him now was based on different principles, from blood, flesh, oxygen or heat. It was an unknown restraint that followed no rules he knew. Indeed, though it was terrifying to admit, it was as if he encountered something alien to everything in his world. Dalvardo? London Bridge is broken down, broken down, broken down. My fair lady. I actually like this one because I'm not gonna say why. London Bridge is broken down, broken down, broken down. London Bridge is broken down, my fair lady. Oof. Fangs sank to the left and right shoulders. For the first time in its form, he felt rage seize up inside him. The basis of all things has to be absolute. All mystics, all things bizarre, obeyed some set of laws. But these peaks ignored this along with his dignity. After 3 days, you weaken. After 6, you drown. After half a year, you'll be a wretched skeleton. Sorry to be rude, but we'll just kill you now. How? Though he had no voice, he let out an exasperated scream. I can read. Eh? Hmm? What a convenient function to be able to detach your arms! What an unparalleled warrior! The talkative pigs fell into a stream. Stream? That exasperated scream, that the sound of a scream? Stop rhyming! Come on! Was the sound of a figure tearing his arms from their sockets. Armless, he rushed the girl. Aimless swine, I'll see you be punished later. He may have lost his mangled arms, but not the object of his malice. Lovely eye. The mystic eyes, too pierce the hearts of its victims. A magic circuit designed to stop a beating heart. It was beautiful in its simplicity, a point-blank range. It was the equivalent of an unavoidable shotgun blast. She looks so cute. Huh? But tragically, that eye was all he had. Ooh, damn, that's cool. Build it up with wood and clay, wood and clay, wood and clay. Build it up with wood and clay, my fair lady. Here we go. I'm sorry. He failed to realize that his song has changed. I mean, the motive's still the same. It's cool. For a giant, the earth-shattering strike was akin to the act of shooting away an insect. Its green, verdant veins pulsed. Oaken bark covered its body, hardened sufficiently over centuries to repel even a chainsaw. A chainsaw? On its forehead, inscribed in all manner of colors, was the word Ameth. Though judging from its misspelling, the inscription was purely decorative. This looks cool. This is a cool design. Thames Troll. The song? Oh! The troll, the Thames, the song. Okay. It also went by the monkey falling down. Alternatively, the Great Bridge. This is hard to understand. Okay, admired in different forms, it was the first of 4 miracles. Only a miracle? Thames, please take care of the other one. The giant responded to the girl's words. With roots, I love all the witchy stuff. I don't know, when they say, oh, it's witches and they do magic, I'm like, oh, holy shit, I'm gonna enjoy it. And I do enjoy it. This is nice. I mean, it doesn't have any, like, value, but it's so fun. Roots, maybe that's like the type of fan service I enjoy. I enjoy very fairy tale-ish stories sometimes, so if a story even is very, very childish, but it has like fairy tale presentation or fairy tale way of narrative or fairy tale like characters, I would really, really like it. So, I guess this is my wise. Like in fairy tale fan service. Its roots run deep into the earth. It rides its left arm to heavens without moving a step. On the bridges falling down, my fair lady. Elsewhere in the forest, the green figure who has chosen to flee the battle was running through the night forest at full speed. Record didn't provide a detailed description of the enemy. It was for the orders assigned to him. He poured all of his energy into escaping this forest with which he became so familiar. In case of emergency, the plan was for one to challenge the enemy while the other made a tactical retreat in order to report to their master. He dashed through the forest. Though gripped by fear, he was confident in his ability to perform the mission he was designed for. Well, until nothing could catch him in these woods, even the wolves could not track him. His bird-like legs, really? Thumped as they kicked the ground. Perhaps it was his creator's eccentric taste that dictated their form when optimizing them for running. The grinning man could reach the maximum speed of 45 miles per hour. I don't know how big it is, hold on. My phone is so small, that's crazy. Will it let me go? Hold on, 45. I don't think so, hold on, it was a mistake. I'm sorry. My own stream is open, cringe. Miles per hour, 2 meters per hour? What? Miles, 45 miles. 72 kilometers an hour? That's fast. That's like a car, right? Thank you, Nero, for your insight. The green man could reach the maximum speed of 45 miles per hour, well past the limit of any bipedal creatures. Thank you. After securing a distance of several miles, he turned around to confirm his safety. But he was wrong. There was no sight of pursuit. His crescent-shaped nose, now eye, slackened in relief, and then... Huh? After facing towards Westmore, he looked up to lock eyes with his doom. In the distance, he would hear the dark rhymes of Mother Goose. Countless vines extended from the ground. They formed into monstrosity that conjured up images of an arched bridge, something resembling a giant's arm. This is cool. It is broken down. This is fun. Final report. Survival. Unable to complete. Analysis. Unable to complete. Transmission. Unable to complete. Ends in session. Master, preserve me from... Oh, this is cool. Are we not done, really? Should have ended here, I think. Unless there is more points to make. I doubt it. I think we're about done here. Well done, Thames. You can return now. Hopefully, our next encounter will be more worth our time. Cute! The girl turned to a heel. The invaders who had set up shop in the woods were eliminated. She had no interest in whether they had been good or evil, nor how many victims they have claimed. The chakras of civic society had no sway over her, based. This was the way of a pure-blooded witch, the way of a mainster. Mainster? Mainster? Hey, what about us? What about us? Help me get my arm out of my teeth. We really shouldn't move while we're eating. Don't tell us you don't need pigs that can fly. We'll do a better job next time, though we're nothing but screw-ups. Yeah, you always at least one compliment before the end. The girl let out a sign and stepped into a stream. She removed her gloves and dipped her slender fingers into ice water. I told you not to roll sixes, but I suppose it's the only number you can roll. There was no response to her melancholy tone. In place of once boisterous pigs were two black die, now sitting in the palm of your hand. Damn! As the girl was about to say something to the scattered remains around her, she realized something that made her put a hand on her mouth. The farewell is over. Should I have asked them if they had any last words? Her slender, pale fingers traced her lips, as if reluctant to part from them. Sighing again, she calmly left the dark woods the same way she had entered. London bridges falling down, falling down, falling down. London bridges falling down. Let's hope it's take us 15 minutes to finish. Let us rewind to a moment in a recent past. The scene took place on a Saturday morning in early December. With third period over just before lunch, the only activity that remained before the scholastic day ended was homeroom. Two of Class C students, Sojiro Shizuki and Hasune Kinomi, were standing outside on the balcony overlooking the schoolyard. They were stuck waiting in their homeroom teacher, Mr. Kazuki Yamashiro, and could not leave until he arrived. The rest of their classmates were chatting idly in the classroom. Class A's Tsubimaru Tsujiki was killing time alongside them. The listed trio discussed their weekend plans as they leaned onto the veranda railing. You know, working on the bear this weekend, Kinomi? Like hell I am. Who the hell works till Sunday? I'm going out tomorrow with some chicks from Class B. At least there was the plan. They said they were grounded or something. So in other words, you failed again. Jeez, kick him in when he's down much, Shizuki? Please, even more airheaded chicks know better than to accept an invite from you, dumbass. Crash and burn all you like, but don't drag Sonoji into the fallout, will you? Who the fuck is Sonoji? Well, excuse me, your majesty, you're the one to talk. That's why Shizuki. Tsukiji's heart is as black as they come. In his mind, he's like, you know, those labels you put to separate the trash? This dude uses to label people. You're either useful to him or you ain't. Sorry. Yeah, I figured this out. Speaking of which, I know this is a bit out of the blue, but what do you think about Kinomi, Tobimaru? Who the fuck is Kinomi? This guy, okay. He's trash. But he's trash. Well, you know how the country going to stop collecting otherwise scrap for free soon since it costs too much to dispose of? That's because of people like him. What kind of nonsense is that? Who throws up big stuff like cabinets when you can make good money off of them? The future is grab and go, you know, just look how rad those disposable cameras you can buy at convenience stores are. Looks like the times have finally caught up with my idea of consumer culture. What the fuck is he talking about? So Kinami's working this weekend. What about you, Tobimaru? My time is coming, just watch. There is some business to attend on my end. I'll be entertaining the guests over fathers, giving a tour of the city, stuff like that. Freaking rude! Don't interrupt the guy when he's talking. I was gonna say, I'm gonna be watching my kid's sister. I ain't helping out at the creepy Chinese restaurant. What about you, Sonoji? You working tomorrow? Why is he called Sonoji? No plans, but I'm going to work at the amusement park after school today. What? Magic Kidsyland? Seriously? You're tougher than you look, Shizuki. I heard even the judo guys who worked there bailed. It couldn't possibly be worse than carrying boxes for X-Fed, right? Well, okay, not that bad. Damn, a-hole Yamashiro is taking his sweet time. Look, Class B's already leaving. Looks like it. You know, I don't want to put this card, but we just have to call him. We can't let Sonoji be late for work. And as if by design, the moment Tobimaru Tsujiki stood up wearily from the balcony railing, the school's PA system chime rang. Sujiro Shizuki, Class 2C, please report immediately to Mr. Yamashiro in the faculty room. I repeat, Sujiro Shizuki, Class 2C. An awkward silence fell upon the tree. After a long 5 seconds, Sujiro said goodbye and headed back inside. Oh, nothing interesting ever happens here. Can't someone make a crop circle in the schoolyard or something? Kinami grumbled, slouching his shoulders and succumbing to his lethargy. Lethargy? Stop expecting others to make life interesting. If you're bored, then make something happen yourself. Chinyo is like to an inter-class debate or something. Suffering ain't interesting. Scrapping with the press is asking for it. I said interesting, not terrifying. As a decent, upstanding, red-blooded male, I'd happily settle for a hot transfer student showing up. Sujiro is right here. What are you talking about? As long as she isn't boring anyway. Maybe if she were a Hollywood producer or some famous English singer or... The fuck are you talking about? Lame. If you're going this far, at least make her a babe from Mars. True! True? Attention, Class 2C. This is an announcement from Mr. Yamashiro. Mr. Yamashiro is currently occupied and unable to attain homeroom. Please, make your way home. This concludes all announcement for the day. This bitch using the school system. Serbian? The hell? Ever since Yamashiro brought that new car, he's been a real punk. Maybe I'll see that sound time makes against the door of a new Serbia. Hold that hotspot. Just put gum in a keyhole. Teachers get paid peanuts, man. It's true. It's very true. The two frenemies returned to the classroom, complaining all the while. Their concerns for their mutual friends summoned to the faculty office completely out of mind. True, fuck him. I don't agree. The school allows for students to hold part-time jobs. According to the school regulation, a job at the workplace authorized by the school is recommended as a social experience. That's true, but in his case, it's a matter of going too far. What if, let's suppose, he were working somewhere without permission, somewhere that might be violating the labor standards law? That would spell trouble for both this school and for him. The violate tension between the ruthless student council president, and the easygoing modern language teacher permeated? Please use normal words. Come on, Droom. Praying to be spared from the impending confrontation, the other teachers hurriedly relocated to the meeting room base. By the time Mr. Yamashita noticed this, the only other person in the room was the student council president, Aoko Ozaki. Damn, Aoko has a grip on the school. They all run, huh? Why does everyone always push the scary jokes on me? They're so mean. Don't change the subject, sir. If we do suppose that he's working in an authorized workplace, doesn't that mean that the school isn't accommodating his needs? Based. I'm not saying that the school needs to cover his room and board, but as long as he's not working too much, his requests deserves due consideration. And if you're still concerned about an unauthorized workplace, please first revise the rules that limits each student to only one. She's so based and smart. She's actually great. After hearing her out and realizing there was no way she would back down, Mr. Yamashiro hung his head. This was supposed to be easy. Bitch, give him money then. Make his tuition free. Come on. The plan was to call in the student rumored to be working multiple jobs, confirm whether the rumor was true, and if so, give him a warning and some guidance, then head to lunch with the knowledge that was all right with the world. The student council president, who was coincidentally in the faculty room at the time, has heard the entire issue and decided to call out this injustice. Based. As far as Mr. Yamashiro was concerned, she was in the right, and he was well aware of the aforementioned student situation. Then why are you talking? Personally, he would like to help, but among the faculty, he was just a new kid on the block. He wanted to stay on the vice principal's good side, so at the very least not lose his job, as badly paid as it was. Look, this was a warning straight from the vice principal. I can't do anything more to help. What if we compromised? What do you mean? The student council president removed the document from her bag. It was a document that had been brought up in a morning faculty meeting, bringing a host of headaches with him. Miss Ozaki, that's not the... Hi. This is the Ida Church volunteer registration form. There were 0 appliance against this month, a fact that would certainly bother devout Christians like the vice principal. Even this morning, he was lamenting our students' lack of faith. I can't deny that, but what I'd really like to know is how you became so well informed of the content of the morning's faculty meeting. Mr. Himashiro scratched his head, but his eyes were smiling gleefully. He had figured out the student council president's objective. So I'll scratch your back and you'll scratch mine, is that it? Work conducted on the church behalf is done on a voluntary basis, but still compensated in some form, and it's officially recognized by the school as a form of social study. The vice principal will be overjoyed to have a participant, and in the event that said volunteer is already employed somewhere else, the school permission will be expanded to both. Considering the precedents, I find this to be a good compromise. Thank you, Oko. Mr. Yamashiro raised his hands in surrender. There were a few students able to both raise a complaint and propose a proper solution. Perhaps it was a big sisterly disposition that made this girl so simultaneously feared yet trusted. Here we go, holy shit. Alright, let's try it your way. Just say a prayer for me, okay? I don't like it when people are overly reliant on others. If you're going to participate in the scheme, please take your part seriously, Mr. Yamashiro. With a bow, the student council president turned to leave the faculty room. She's right. Ah, wait a second, you're not going anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and call in Shizuki now, so I'll need you to stay and look after him properly. Is she his mom? This is your job, do your job. What? The girl's cool eyes narrowed, unable to process what she had just heard, so her expression turned to a scowl. If we're looking for volunteers, 2 is better than 1, right? Bitch, you go then! She's busy! Plus, knowing that you're following up this would give me a great peace of mind. She's already meeting with the church! But, sir, I don't... She solves your problems for you, and you know this is injustice, and you're still pushing this garbage onto her? You better be ready. You better be ready. She will scratch your fucking car, man. Come on. Hello? Broadcasting room? Please put in an announcement asking for class 2C student Sajiro Shizuki to report to Mr. Yamashiro in the staff room immediately. No, like I was about to say. Oh, this is perfect! And to think that the source of my headache would go away too. Today's my lucky day. Mr. Ozaki, what would I do without your kindness? Wait a second. He's not your type, is he? Oh, broadcasting room, please add the following. The student council president is eagerly awaits. Based. She's so cool. I actually like her a lot. Do not let those assholes walk all over you. My fair lady, do it right. The next day, a pleasant Sunday, Sujiro was awake 2 hours before the time he was supposed to meet her. After getting up, he decided to go for a leisurely jog to clear his mind, but among his own thoughts, the 30-minute jog turned into almost an hour upon realizing he rushed home. After thoughtfully racking his brain over what to wear for the occasion, he decided upon wearing his school uniform. 10 o'clock, Misaki Central Park, East Entrance. I'll meet you here. Yesterday in the faculty room, when Naoko Ozaki has shared the time and place with him that day, she said it was such pain on her face. Maybe she was fighting a headache at the time. I wonder if Ozaki is feeling better. Sujiro muttered, his words of concern misguided as they were. In any case, he waited for about 5 minutes. At precisely 10 o'clock, the student council president appeared. Good morning. As punctual as usual, I see. What's wrong with your face? Are you sick? No, I think I'm fine. He wandered off her concern. You're wearing your school uniform. Of course I'm wearing my uniform. This is a school activity, isn't it? A heavy weight of despondency fell upon Sujiro's shoulders. The angsting over his outfit for the previous 2 hours had been rendered meaningless just like that. The duo, clad in their school uniforms on a day off, walked by the train station. In the beginning, Ago had made efforts to give Sujiro a thorough lay of the land, but today she only shared the bare minimum of explanation. This was partly because, surprisingly, Sujiro had become well accustomed to the town, which restaurants were good, which shortcuts to use in a rush, and why the nearby bicycle shop was better than a department store by the station if you wanted to buy a bicycle. The local would know. But the other reason was that it had dawned on Naoko how the two of them conversing might look to passerby. On a different topic, do you mind telling me what kind of work we'll be doing today? From here on, volunteering at the church meant that the school would tolerate his multiple jobs. Sujiro had quickly agreed on a tempting offer, nodding like a bobblehead. But, as the typical for him, he had failed to consider the content of the proposal. Somehow, I just knew you had no idea what we were going to be doing today. Is your first time going to either church? This is my second time. The last time was because I was outside admiring the strange architecture and the person said, "Give me some free candy." He pouted with all sincerity how exactly a church worked. His contemplative posture made him appear as part of a philosopher, but after all the thinking, he concluded, I guess they started taking your money on a second visit? Such was the extent of Sojiro's concerns. Normally the church only gives candy to children, you know? Okay, signs. The lost little lump. Here we go. So, who you did end up meeting? A priest? One of the sisters? A very beautiful woman, as it happens. Oh, Sister Yuika then. If I see her today, you'll need to thank her. Or then again, no need. You're just doing fine in the department anyway. As far as the work goes, it's not much different from what you've been doing at school, so it should be straightforward. And considering the church's size, there's actually not a lot of people. Alko picked up her pace as they headed to the church. Somehow she seemed like a general invading enemy territory. Again, it made Sujiro furrow his brows in discomfort. I really need to go soon. Oh, it's a cute church. The church had a long history. I really like when city has churches like that. Just being around. It's kind of nice. Even though, I'm not religious. But it's fun when there's a lot of multiple store buildings and in the middle of it is like a little church. I think it's cute. My city is pretty small, so we don't have that. I mean, I'm not gonna talk about our church. We do have one. Yeah. I don't really have that. I think all the churches that I know have like a separate territory, and the church could be big or small, but it's always gonna be like a territory that's gonna go into like a field or something. So that's funny. Yeah. But what I mean is that it's super urban area, and in the middle of it there is a little church. It's pretty nice. Churches are nice, probably, unless they're, doing harm. Church is probably like a good place to form a community and know people around. I wish more churches would like doing volunteer work and help people instead of just being, just opening and closing their mouths, I guess. Far from the station, it was white painted sanctuary nested between the business and the residential districts. As far as Aoka could remember, the church, as she knew it now, was the result of remodeling done 8 years prior. It was particularly a cathedral for a town of this size. Accidentally located next to the Misakiseki General Hospital. From Oku's perspective, it seemed awfully suspicious for the church to take up their residence next to the location in the city where the most lives were lost, though the only two were aware of this opinion were her roommate Alice Kanaji and the priest. Are you a regular at this place?
私
Me? Not in the slightest. My father and grandfather has a long history with it, but if I could, I'd go back in time and cut all of its ties to this place. I had to come here every day in elementary school to help out, and boy, did that ever rub me the wrong way. The more Oko spoke, the more twisted her expression became. Recalling this made her want to grab it by the proverbial collar, give it to the proverbial one-armed judo backthrow, smash its proverbial head into the proverbial ground, and kick the proverbial living daylight out of its defenseless proverbial torso. What the fuck is she talking about? The church in the universe is like working. It's like an institution that works against supernatural force with the power of God or whatever the fuck. Ciel and Tsukihime had tattoos, right? That would make her magical girl or whatever she is. Why am I yapping? I need to finish it. Such was so-called trauma that if it were anthropomorphized, it would take more than a 5-round beating to satisfy her thirst for vengeance. This is bad wording. This is bad writing style. This is bad translation, ? I don't know. It's not the worst translation, but it's certainly not the best one. It was in the moment, and he became aware of Aoko's mood that Tsuchiro began to fear for his safety. Perhaps attached to the noisy murder of crows outside the church, a woman in a nun's habit emerged from the front entrance.
失礼ですが
Excuse me, do you have business with the church today? I'm afraid this church does not associate with criminals, so if you would be so kind as to consider coming another day, perhaps return once you have repented your sinful ways and pay your crimes to society, you can...
崎青子ですシスターユイカ
It's Aoko Ozaki, Sister Yuka.
ま
Well,
あ
if it isn't Aoko, what a lovely surprise. It's been such a long time since you visited.
そうですね
I suppose it
いつ
has.
も夜に呼ばれて
Only ever called at night to speak with the father. I suppose it's been, what, close to a year since we had face-to-face conversation? And who knows how long it's till the next time.
ええ
He's like,
随分と立派になられたようで
he's so annoying.
何
Yes, it's almost sad to see you grow up so fast. Your presence has become so menacing. You hardly resemble the vigorous girl I remember so well. On the surface, the two exchanging congenial greetings. Unable to read between the lines, also Chiro could see we're two good friends.
今月のボランティアは私とそこの彼です
He and I, this month's volunteers. For the beloved Aiga Church, it would be our pleasure to be working from exactly 10 to 3, and not a minute more.
まあ
Well, as you know, we are reaching the end times, but your spirit of service is welcome. The house of the Lord is open to all who might enter, even those with wickedness in their hearts. I'm sorry. It's so hard for me to read right now. The nun flushed a smile that was equal part elegant and cruel. Keeping up appearances aside, she seemed overjoyed to have able hands to put at work. I'm tired. I'm so tired. The sister introduced herself as Yuika Suse and thanked Sojuro, who had volunteered of his own volition. Sojuro noticed that her eyes were always shut, but not wanting to be rude, especially in front of Oko, he decided not to pry. So you're Mr. Shizuki. Your name is as calm as your countenance. It is? Well, thanks. The sister let slip a frown at Sojuro's ambivalent response to her compliment. I apologize. I did not mean to cause discomfort by using your surname. May I call you Sojuro instead? Oh, whichever. Either one is fine. Well then, as you wish. I had not appreciated how difficult the subject it would be. Though the sister's tone was gentle, her words seemed somewhat indifferent. She looked aside, but she guided the two of them certainly in her step. Well then, as for what we'll be doing, I already know. Christmas is coming up, so you want to get all the tedious cleaning out of the way, right? That wouldn't be a problem. Cleaning is our strong suit. It wasn't their strong suit as much as it was Sujiro's. Then Naoko, will you be at the stove preparing the communion wafers? Mr. Shizuki, you will be outside. You hear the pose? I will need you to help cleaning the areas I can reach. One question, Ritsuko isn't in the kitchen, is she? You can't make me go there if she is. Don't worry, Ritsuko is not here right now. There is no need to hold back on her account. With a dismissive wave, Aoko headed towards the door in the back of a worship hall. As she had indicated, she was quite accustomed to the church. This way, please, Mr. Shizuki. We will start with the storeroom. I'd like to ask you to carry the cleaning supplies. Concerned trolling voice, I'm sorry. The work ensured to Sojuro did not require any particular skill. It was window cleaning at its most standard. I cannot now do the normal voice. Should I clean all of the windows? Yes. Start with a wet rag, then wipe with a dry rag, and then use the cleaning spray. Is the ladder tall enough? Oh, it looks like it might be a little short. Then just clean what you can reach. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. After the brief exchange, the sister returned to the church. Sojuro began to wonder if it was out of a distrust in him that he was being succored. He understood that it was too soon to glean an answer from their first meeting, but then again, such answers always eluded Sojuro. Left alone but no less encouraged, Sojuro began cleaning the windows. I'm tired. This is it. Fuck it. We're not gonna finish it today. Place a bookmark. Can we do it? Oh, this is safe, you piece of shit. Okay, here we go. A bookmark. I'm tired. Thank you for watching. Bye bye. We're gonna be back on Tuesday, I guess. On Thursday? I cannot say days. Bye bye. Thank you for watching again.